one, turn off your camera until it's your turn to speak, and two, mute yourself until it is your turn to speak. What I'm going to be doing is I will be going through the order that people are listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we'll be starting with James, then Frank, Dustin, Robert, Edward, Veranda, Richard, Susanna, Aaron, and then Stephen. When it's your turn to speak, please briefly share your story with us. We sent you some questions ahead of time, but please be concise in that because we do have a lot of folks to get through and we want to ask you questions. So in short, we want to hear about how you ended up with a felony conviction, not just that I was convicted, but we want to know what you did in order to be convicted. We also want to know what happened afterwards and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we get through our 2 morning sessions, we are going to be meeting in closed session. And during that time, we as a board will be making a determination on whether or not to forward your application to Governor Evers. If you receive majority support from the board members present, so that's 3 out of the 5 board members here today, your application will be forwarded to the governor. And then Governor Evers will make a final determination on your application. If he denies that application or you don't receive majority support, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board in about a month from today's hearing, give or take a week or 2 or 3. If he does grant you a pardon, you'll receive a pardon in the mail from the governor. And again, that will happen in about a month from today's hearing, give or take a few weeks. After you are done speaking, you do not need to stay on. No one does. You can jump off and go about the rest of your day. That's the benefit of doing this by Zoom, is it doesn't take up as much of your time and it saves you a trip to Madison. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions of the board members present, and then we are going to jump right into things here. So in addition to myself, we have Cindy O'Donnell. Cindy is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously worked at the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock. He is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and is a former state and county prosecutor. We have Noble Ray, who's the former chief of police for the city of Madison and now does implicit bias training for law enforcement agencies around the world. And we have joining us for the first time here today, Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor over in Milwaukee and was previously on the Pardon Advisory Board under Governor Doyle. And so with that, we are going to start with our first applicant. Let me make sure we have him. James Garcia. Looks like we're still waiting for James. And so we will then jump to Frank. Looks like we're still waiting for Frank too. Frank St. John.
Hello.
Hi, is that you, Frank?
Yes, it is.
All right, sounds good. Well, one other housekeeping item, if you please use your actual name for your login. I know that sometimes it will, be, Ryan's cell phone or something like that. We will rename you if you turn your camera on, but it is helpful. You can rename yourself by just clicking. There's a little icon in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. You can just click on those 3 dots and it renames you. So Frank, we'll take care of that for you. So you don't need to worry about it.
Okay.
We can do it on our end as well.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Well, now it's your opportunity to share your story with the board. So please explain to us how you ended up with your felony conviction, and then also how what happened afterwards and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So please proceed.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you. Sorry. Thank you for your time and this opportunity. My name is Frank St. John. I reside in Oshkosh with my wife and my disabled son. Okay. So it all started in 1990. I had a son. Then he was only 1 month, 13 days old, and he died of SIDS. And I went on a downhill spiral from there for years. And then I didn't honestly care about anything or anyone, including myself. And I allowed myself and my judgment to be clouded. I participated in the removal of items from the junkyard. And like I said, was off track for several years. My conviction really saved me from just continuing on. Sorry. It made me realize what I was doing was completely wrong, and I needed to change, not just for myself, but for my family as well. I was not doing any good for anybody at that time. And they stood behind me, and that's what made me realize that I needed to change and get things back to where I should be and do the right thing, and do it not just for myself, but for my family and my son, who I would have wanted to raise him better than what I was doing, way better than what I was doing. So, yeah, the date of the offense was August 26th of 94. And then in August of 95 was the sentencing. It was 120 days in jail of Huber, and then 3 years probation and 150 hours of community service. It was a fine of $376, court costs, and then the witness surcharge of $70. And I paid all that during my probation. I had paid it all, and I did my community service hours. And it was in 98 is when I got off probation, and it wasn't extended or anything. So it's been 25 years since my conviction. I have not had any criminal contacts since my conviction. I have continued to strive to grow as an individual and professionally. Sorry. The people that I was with then before my conviction, I got away from during all that, and that kind of made me get away from them. And thankfully, like I said, it really helped me, because it did get me away from them, and I stayed away from people. And I make sure that even if I am around people, I use my brain and don't just jump in and do things. I think about things and what will happen to not only me, but the others that is happening to before I do anything, to make sure I don't do anything like that again. I'm married. I have 4 stepchildren. 3 of them are grown and out of the house. The other one is handicapped, and he'll live with us for the rest of his life.
I think what I'll do, no, that's very helpful, Frank. I'll open up for questions from the board. Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. St. John. Do you remember where you did your community service?
Yes, it was at the King Veterans Home over by Wapaka in King, Wisconsin.
And what did you do there?
I worked in donations, bringing in and folding clothes, going through the donations and stuff, separating them out.
Okay. There's a very nice letter from your the owner of the place where you work for 22 years now. So
yep.
Very stable employment. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but the victim also supports you getting a pardon. Okay. You've had a lot of stability in your life since this offense.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. St. John, can you tell us about how a pardon would help you be able to deal with your disabled stepson?
Applying through, excuse me, applying for government grants and stuff like that for him. They deny it because of my felony. Excuse me. They deny me because of the felony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. St. John, for appearing before us. As you heard me say at the top of the hour, you'll hear from us in about a month from today's date about the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. It looks like we do have James Garcia.
Hi.
So, hi, James. Thanks for joining with us. You've now had the opportunity to see how this works. So I'm going to hand things over to you. So please proceed.
Okay. My name is James Garcia. My sentence was I got caught with manufacturing of marijuana. My sentence was $1,000 fine, and then of course the felony. I didn't do any jail time or prison time or probation. What I have learned, I have obtained and maintained a good job that I will make a career of as of right now. While working full-time, I am taking online courses to enhance my current position as at work. And why I should get a pardon. Looking back at the past experience and comparing it to a clean life and full-time employment has shown me to make better life choices.
Thanks, Mr. Garcia. Could you talk a little bit, what exactly happened with your offense for, manufacture, deliver, teach? Can you just fill in some of the details for me? Give me some context.
Basically, I got caught growing marijuana outside. And also I got caught, and then they charged me with a felon.
Mm-hmm. Were you dealing, or was it personal use?
No, it was just personal use. But they didn't sentence me with any like prison time or anything.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It was just $1,000 fine, and then also the felony charge.
Okay. And then what do you think? I think I might be stealing Jerry's question, but what is a pardon going to do for you?
Well, it's going to help me. Well, I got a good job now, but I just want it off my record. I feel I've learned my lesson, and I know now to make better choices.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from all this experience. So,
questions from the board, Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. According to the information we had, maybe you can update us, you had been laid off due to COVID. Are you currently employed, and where, and what are you doing?
Right now I'm currently employed, and I work at a JST. I'm a maintenance technician.
Okay.
So
that's full time?
Yes, full time.
Okay.
I'm making a career out of that too. So I'm very happy right now, but if I get the pardon, it's going to help me get better opportunities. It's going to help my life out a lot more. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Garcia, were your sons living with you when your house was raided?
They were my grandkids. Yeah.
Okay. And you say that you were not dealing, but when the police searched your house, they found 74 $100 bills and 2 guns and a whole bunch of marijuana. That sounds like what people have when they're dealing.
Well, I wasn't dealing. It was personal use. I just was overboard with this stuff. I just got way overboard with it.
Well, but 74 $100 bills.
Well, I was working at the time too. I had a good job at Case, so I saved my money, you know.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Garcia, for appearing before us. As you heard me say before, you'll find out about the outcome of this process in about a month from today's hearing, but hope you have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right, next we will be hearing from Dustin Taylor. So Dustin, there you are. Well, you've seen how this goes, so if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, Mr. Taylor, and then sharing your story with us.
Can you hear me, sir?
We can. Go ahead.
All righty. All right. I would like to thank the board for hearing my case, taking the time to just give me an opportunity to explain myself and why I would like a pardon. My case was in 2003. There's actually multiple cases involved with me. I was a troubled young man growing up, no father figure, no male role models. So I basically duplicated what I saw other men doing, which is no excuse for my behavior. You know, we all have to take responsibility for our own behavior. So I was convicted of selling drugs in 2003. That was my last and my only criminal case far as before God turned my life around. So I went to Oshkosh Prison in 2003. Normally, me when I go to prison, it's just basically somewhere where I'm just, you know, passing time until I get out again. But I never actually worked on my criminal thinking, you know, my thought pattern of trying to do something different or better. So this time, which was different because I actually gave my life over to God. I began to go to the church there, and I began to challenge a lot of things that I'd done in the past and things I was thinking about. So when I left Oshkosh Prison, I went to Oak Hill Prison, began to work on a farm actually, and we got 37 cents an hour for working on that farm. But it actually taught me some good work ethics because, you know, growing up, I never worked jobs for whatever reason, you know, never gave the patience or the time to work jobs. But when I was working on that farm, it actually gave me insight of, okay, if you can work for 37 cents an hour, you know, you can get out in society and work, you know, your minimum wage job at the time was $7 some cent. But, you know, if you can work for 37 cents an hour, you can work a productive full-time job and be able to take care of yourself. So I was released from Oshkosh Prison, went to Felmer Chaney Center, was released from there on good behavior. I started working. We actually got married. I got married also in 2008. My wife, you know, she challenged me and told me, you know, if you're going to be my husband, you're going to have to work. You have to go to church. You know, you're gonna have to be a better man that you've been. So, you know, I appreciate her challenging me in that area. So I did join the church, and I actually became a minister in the church. So I'm currently a minister in my church now. We go up to Dodge Correctional Facility 2-3 times a year. They kind of slack back because of the COVID right now, but we do go up there 2-3 times a year, and we speak to the men that's there because I have been there several times myself. So I feel me and the men, we have a connection there for similar experiences. So we go up there and I basically show the guys that if I can change, you guys can change. I have been working at the same job for 14 years. When I first started working there, the boss, she had my criminal record in front of her. And she looked at it because it's pretty extensive. She looked at the record, she looked at me, and she said, "It's something about you." And she hired me. And that was almost 15 years ago. And I'm a plant manager now at my company. It's just, I needed somebody to give me a second chance, and I believe other individuals, all they need is a second chance also. So the reason I'm asking for a pardon, one of the reasons is my wife would like to start a daycare. We have been denied several times for some business loans. One person all out said it was because I was a felon and I was her husband. And I know other times they didn't actually say it, but I pretty much know that was the reason behind it. So I would like to start a business with my wife, and I would like to be the driver and the janitor as she starts this business. So I am asking, in closing, I'm asking the board if you guys can bless me with a pardon and allow me to be a first-class citizen again.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Questions from the board? All right, well, you're thorough in your application with your presentation, so I appreciate your time with us, Mr. Taylor. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Robert McPherson.
Yes, sir.
There you are. Well, thanks for joining us, Mr. McPherson. You've seen how this goes a couple of times, so I'm going to hand things over to you.
Okay, I just wrote this down or typed a letter. It's easier for me. I'm not.
Totally fine. Totally fine.
Thank you for your time. I'm not a very good speaker, as I said, so I've written down some notes. My conviction was 31 years ago in 1990. I am guilty of selling my roommate's car that was not legally mine without his permission. At that time, I didn't think it was wrong because he had owed me money and he had let me have the car as collateral where he had signed the title. I borrowed him $2,000 and paid the rent. We were living together. I'd been paying the rent, so he owed me for back rent, and that's how this came around. After so long of not paying me, I sold it. Looking back, I realized how wrong it was. I didn't argue with my conviction at all. I accepted my responsibilities. I did tell my side of the story to the public defender, but without anything in writing or proof. Basically, I had no defense, and I was incarcerated at the time on bail, and I wanted out. So I agreed with the charges, signed over. I did, I believe it was 9 months time served, because that's what I was in on bail waiting for my court trial. And then I received 2 years probation restitution, in which I paid that and was off restitution. During this time, or at that time, I just changed my whole lifestyle around. I joined the labor's union, got the opportunity to work in the deep tunnel project. Right when this all went down, obviously I lost that chance for 9 months. When I got back out, I went right back into the union and was accepted back into the tunnel program, where I worked until the deep tunnel was done. I had other charges in 1985 when I was 19 years old, criminal damage and theft stemming from a group of friends. We thought it would be a funny idea to drag a soda machine down the road. I was with 2 other friends, drinking, having fun, stemmed from a bad idea, led to a worse idea. I served my time, I paid my restitution. I've only had a few brief run-ins with the law in the early 90s, all resulting from unhealthy friends, unhealthy relationships. I take full responsibility for those actions and acknowledge my part in the situation, which I should have known better. I'm asking for your consideration for a pardon because not only am I truly sorry for my past mistakes, I have constantly always been employed and I'm very hard worker. The trade I am in, the trade I am in is not always easy and makes a point to help. I make a point to help mentor the younger people that come into our industry on safety and how to make it through this job career. I've been doing it for almost 35 years. It's not an easy job, but it is a prosperous career. Let's see here. In the last 8 years, I jumped myself, I'm sorry, but in the last 8 years, I volunteered at the United Bingo Hall, miscellaneous repair jobs as needed, talking to the older people when they just need somebody to talk to at the hall where they have different classes or whatever for elder people. I've tried to be an asset to society for the last 25 years. I've managed to turn my life around and become a responsible adult. After I was given a second chance to work in the tunnels, I never looked back. I've been working hard in the same field. I never realized back then what this felony conviction truly meant and how it would haunt me the rest of my life. I have missed out on opportunities where I'm not allowed to leave the United States. Whether it's for work, I do high mountain extreme snowmobiling with a group of guys we've been doing for 20 years. I can't go to Canada and ride, and that's one of their biggest trips. Job purposes, same thing. In my field, we do federally funded jobs. So some jobs I'm not allowed to go on. I'm a mainline sewer hoe operator. So between the deep sewer or when I wanted to change into the petroleum side of it, I was not allowed because of the felon. It would be nice to travel, go with my family. I'm recently married. My wife and her family travel a lot to other places around the world. Obviously, some places I'm not allowed to go, some things I'm not allowed to do. It would be nice to participate in the family events. Like I said, I'm recently married. We're hoping to look at retirement in the next couple of years, and it would be nice to be able to travel and feel like a free American citizen, I guess.
Thanks, Mr. McPherson, and congratulations on getting married. Any questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. McPherson, what does a mainline hoe operator do?
It's an excavator, sir. I dig trenches deep into the ground and I lower pipe ranging anywhere from 120 inches in diameter, like an 8-inch diameter pipe, and the distance go anywhere from an open cut. The deepest one I did would have been the Zoo Interchange project, and there we were 86 foot deep, putting in 96-inch pipe.
Oh,
And I
thank
was
you.
Supervisor, foreman, and hoe operator on that job.
All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. McPherson. I know this isn't an easy format, but like I said at the beginning, it spares you a trip to Madison. Hope you have a good weekend.
You too. I thank you for your time, and I hope everybody has a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll be hearing from Edward Bullock. Edward, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Well, you've seen how this works a couple of times, so please proceed.
Yes, my name is Edward Bullock, and I appreciate for you guys reviewing my application for a pardon. In 1998, I ended up with the charge of party to a crime, robbery. I was young. There's no excuse. I was just in a bad place with myself. I had lost my job. I had a daughter. Just in a bad place. Did something dumb. Basically, a friend of mine and myself, guys were trying to buy some weed, but I wasn't selling weed or nothing like that. And we just told them, hey, we know we can get some marijuana at and stuff like that, and basically set them up and, tried to take their money. And that's where it came down to. And then basically, like they say, some of the dumbest criminals, we got caught. I ended up doing some prison time behind that. I did 6 years. Actually started my prison term in Oshkosh, then got shipped to Oklahoma. That's when they were sending prisoners out of state. And basically, got down there and I realized, which I hate to say this, but it's the truth. I think that was probably the best place for me. The best place for me because it made me realize I'm not a dumb kid. I graduated from high school with decent grades. I was an athlete. I just took a wrong path. I had great parents. They raised me right. I just made bad decisions and it was all on me. And I hate it reflected on my parents like that. But while I was in there, I took a correspondence course from Southwest Community College, got a property management certificate, and then I got a grant and got released in 2001, December. And then when I got home, basically 2002, I ended up finding a little job, but I ended up going to a truck driving school in Green Bay, Wisconsin, Midwest Driver Development. Completed that with, they said, the top 1% of my class, and ended up finding a trucking job after that, and drove truck for about 5 or 6 years. Then I had got diagnosed with Crohn's disease, and which is, at the time I didn't know what it was, but it was pretty bad. But I had really bad insurance, so I ended up applying with the city of Milwaukee, and got hired there. And actually, I've been with the city of Milwaukee now for 18 years. I started off in the sewer department as a laborer, became a laborer 2, a crew leader, a mason tenant. Now I'm a mason by trade. And I run 2 4-man crews for electrical services. And between all that, I've also joined the union, became a union member. And now I'm the vice president of our union for the city of Milwaukee. And I take pride in that because we've been through some ups and downs, but we're holding on. And also, to jump back, I had a daughter, like I said before, and it just made me think I missed out on some time in her life that I never get back, and I was ashamed of telling her where I was at. And she's now grown and doing great, actually moving to Houston. And I have a son also, which is every dad wants a boy. So I got my boy, and he's 13, doing great. Plays basketball for Marquette and Nicolay. Nicolay. He's 13 and he plays summer league. Like today afternoon, I'm leaving to go to Indianapolis because he's at an AAU tournament. But I've always tried to be in his life because I know I missed for my daughter. I don't want to miss for him. So I volunteer at the Y. I coach him and other kids. I coached him when he played T-ball and baseball and some NPS, but I got denied because I have a felony. So, I kind of had to think like, well, hey, maybe I should try to get a pardon because he has an opportunity to go to some schools, and I don't want my mishaps and bad judgment to reflect on him in his future. Because like I said, Marquette, he played for the middle school team and they wants him to come to high school there, but I would hate for him to get denied that opportunity because something I did in my past and he has nothing to do with.
Thanks, Mr. Bellick. Questions from the board? Noble?
Good morning, Mr. Bellick.
Morning.
Just a question out of curiosity. What would a pardon mean to your parents?
Everything. I mean, I was raised right, but I just made bad decisions. When I was 24 years ago. And like my dad, he didn't talk to me for like a year. I was locked up, but I deserved it because I knew what was right and was wrong. And my dad was a truck driver for 35 years. My mom worked at the daycare. I just made a horrible mistakes and just did dumb things. They didn't listen as you might contest. My dad said, "You're gonna bump it one day. You're gonna bump it." And I was hard-headed, and I did. And I got sentenced to jail, and made me reflect and think about And I was like, you know what? When I get out, I had a plan and I stuck to it and I never looked back.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Bullock. You'll hear from us in about a month. Good luck
Okay.
and hope safe travels down to Indianapolis.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear, there you are, Veranda. So Veranda Jackson, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for hearing me today. When I was 18 years old, I was an assistant manager at a store. And someone I knew came in with credit card numbers and asked me, could he use the numbers? I allowed him to use the numbers. I also used them to purchase things in the store myself. I was called down to the DA's office and I told them what happened. And so I was charged at that time with a felony. I didn't fully understand what I knew that I was being charged and I knew that this was a bad situation, but I didn't fully grasp what was going on because I was freshly 18. I hadn't even graduated from high school yet. So I was sentenced to, I was given a public defender at the time. I was sentenced to 3 years probation. During the probation, I went to summer school. I ended up graduating high school at 19, a year later. So after I graduated high school, I had my daughter, and I have constantly worked, have been in school. My daughter she's 18, she's in Texas, in school at Prairie View College. Currently, I am a program manager for a nonprofit organization in Milwaukee. We train people in the trades. We train them in electrical, construction, plumbing, things like that. And we train people who are underemployed or re-entering society from incarceration. I became integrated into this program because my boss, Jim Gaylor, he is a master electrician. And so he came to do some electrical work on my house. And so he was telling me about the program. And since I was convicted, there has always been something in me that wanted to, give back. And I do believe that we don't just go through things for ourselves. We go through things for us to teach us and for us to reach back and help someone else. And so he was telling me about the program that he does. And I was like, oh my God, I would really love to get involved. And so he and I would meet. And at the time I was working at Next Door Foundation, which is it's a nonprofit, but it's more in the educational field of young children. And so I ended up leaving Next Door. I was there for 9 years. And then I came over to Ezekiel and I've been here for 3 years. And like I said, I'm the program manager. So I assist people who are coming from incarceration or who have a criminal background or people who are like underemployed and things like that. And so a pardon would mean everything to me. I think I got up this morning and I was like a little emotional because this has been something that I have had on my record since I was a new adult. And so having this off, I feel like would bring about more opportunities for me. I plan on enrolling into UWM in the fall for a master's program in nonprofit leadership. I love my job. I love what we do. I love the mission behind what we do and how we do things. I would like to become in executive leadership here. So I do want to gain some more additional education. So yeah, it would mean a lot to me to get this pardon. I have been denied things because of the pardon, whether it was housing, and people don't come outright and say, we're denying you because of this. But it's kind of like that unspoken thing. And then having to write that stuff down, like it was 21 years ago. And so I'm still being held, you know, for something I essentially did when I was like a kid, you know. And so it would mean a lot to me to get this pardon. It would mean a lot to me to have a fresh start, to not have to check a box or say I was convicted of this, or, you know. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Jackson. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Jackson, when you applied, you were still working on your bachelor's degree.
Mhm.
I assume you finished that.
Yes, I have like one class that I'm taking. It starts next month.
Okay. And what's your major?
Criminal justice.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Ms. Jackson. Thank you for, it sounds like a wonderful program that you work for, and for being able to contribute back to your community. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Richard Schmidt. So Richard, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. All right, there we go. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay. 2005, I was charged with felony H, movable theft or theft of movable property. At the time of being arrested, I admitted to everything, you know, what I had done, took total responsibility for it, and took a while to get sentenced because of the backlog. In 2006, I was sentenced and pled guilty, no contest. And like I said, took total responsibility. I knew what I had done was wrong and wanted to do what I could to move on. And at the time, had 3 little kids and a wife, and knew I had to do whatever it took to be able to move on. So I was sentenced to 6 months jail with Hooper, and then 3 years probation. I qualified for the home monitoring, so I never went to, I had to show up for Hooper the first day. They took me home, set up the monitoring, and monitored for 6 months. Had no issues, worked full time, and continued on. My probation did get extended twice because of my restitution was like $24,000, and the whole thing started because of financial problems, and so paying back that much money took me a while. And so after the second extension, then the judge transferred it to the civil judgment, they call it, I think. And so at the civil judgment, I had like 13,000 left, and that was in 2013. 2016, I was able to pay it off in full, and was cleared of everything financially with the county. And like I said, the probation had stopped in 2013. During that whole time, always stayed employed. Had some problems here and there finding the right position. When I had lapse in employment, I mean, I went all the way to delivering papers just to be able to make some money, and worked for myself, did home improvement as a contractor with other guys to help them out. And then in 2009, found my current company. I'm still with them today. They know about my conviction. Started as I had been a mechanic all my maintenance technician all my life, and started back in with the company in 2009 as a mechanic, worked as supervisor, switched to a different plant, became a maintenance manager, and now I oversee maintenance we have 30 facilities across the country, and we're a worldwide manufacturer of food products. So, like I said, they know my conviction. I've been involved with, I've led groups of 40 people to budgets of, over $10 million in parts and services, that type of stuff for maintenance, industrial. And they continue to promote me. And now I'm a senior level management in charge of our whole maintenance program across the country. Since then, while probation and stuff, I tried to do as much as I could with my kids, with their activities in schools, volunteered with hockey and dance and all the sports programs, that type of thing. And my main goal has always been to provide for my family, and that's why I applied for the pardon. When this happened, of course, like I put in my application, my son was turning 9, just getting to the age of hunting, and my girls were too. The girls always wanted to too, but of course, I'm no longer able to hunt pheasant or go duck hunting or deer hunting or that type of stuff, which I grew up doing nonstop, and always lived out in the country and always did outdoor type of stuff. And so I missed being able to do that with them. And when I saw this program, I figured I'd try to do that and see if I can. Gonna be 60 in 3 years. So, and they're all grown adults. My youngest is graduating UW next month, and hope that we can go back and regain, what we missed in their youth. So.
Thanks, Mr. Schmidt. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Schmidt. We don't see a lot of people who began their criminal careers at the age of 40. And it's fairly unusual for us. But one of the things I'm sorry?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It was.
In your statement, in your application about the crime itself, you say that you removed items from a dumpster and that they were scrapped or warranty returns. The victim in this case disputes that and says several of the items were actually new and not scrapped. So can you speak to that?
It was, we discussed that in the beginning of the case, and, I laid out everything I had taken. It was all warranty products. I never took a new item from the company. And I always wanted to fight it, but I couldn't prove it. And I absolutely would never have, taken a new item off the floor. And I don't know, I can't prove that I didn't. And it was all warranty products and scrapped items.
I mean, the restitution was substantial, right?
The restitution is substantial because they went back, if I fixed a warranty item and sold it, they went to that person and replaced it with a new product.
Okay.
Because they felt that that person was misled, and they replaced it with a new item. So then they charged me for the new item.
Okay. And
So
just
yes, it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money. And and I understand why they do that. I understand why, you know, it was a terrible thing to do, because if something had happened, it would have gave them a bad name. You know, they're a major company, and I was selling
You being there?
not official product, and if something had happened, they would have been held liable. And I understand that. And that's like when I put in there is I joined the Air Force. I had the highest top secret clearance we could have. I was a crypto technician. Crypto is how we send secure messaging back and forth. I was exposed 4 years in the Air Force, 2 years in the Wisconsin Air Guard as a crypto tech. And this was a huge mistake on my part. I was pretty much down at the bottom financially and didn't know what to do. And it was a major mistake, and I regret it deeply.
Just one more follow-up. You mentioned that you were eventually paid off all of the civil judge. How were you able to finally get the resources to pay?
So my wife and I had been separated, and in 2016 we decided to move back together, and we actually bought a house outside of McFarland towards Oregon. So by me being able to show a major life change, I was able to withdraw from my 401k. And because I couldn't get my financing was held until I paid that. So I went into my 401k, took out the money, and paid off my the remaining restitution. Otherwise, yeah, it would have taken more years, but I knew that was the best thing to do.
Yeah, so it's all resolved. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Schmidt, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it before, but you'll find out about the outcome of this process in about a month, give or take, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from Susanna Blake. So Susanna. All right, there we go.
Good morning to
Good morning.
everyone. And
Well,
thank you all for hearing me on today. I had a theft, movable property, and forgery back in 2007. Prior to that, I've never been in any trouble, never had bad childhood. Thankful I had good parents that really taught us properly and taught us the right things and not to get into trouble. Unfortunately, this happened in my life as I gotten older, prior divorce, 2 children, just dealing with life circumstances. It happened. I take full responsibility of it. I had to spend 2 days in jail, and that was a very, very eye-opener. Something that I don't ever want to do again. And also had to do 3 years on probation. So it was a very humbling experience that I had to go through. Not knowing too much about the system, learned a lot about it, being on papers, dealing with the felony, not being able to get jobs that I wanted, being denied a lot of things. So very humble experience. It would be, I think, over 15 years since this happened. Never got in any trouble since then, never have anything else bad on my record. So I'm grateful for that. Probation went really well. I attended school, Concordia University, taking classes to do business management. A shy few credits away from having my bachelor's in that, but decided to transfer to now I want to do education, to go for education. Was denied to do that, so I just put it on hold. When I tried to enter classes for education, I was denied due to the felony. Since then, I've is certified in the CBRF as well and registry. I'm also an early childhood teacher. I'm on the Wisconsin State Registry for that as well. I have maintained numerous employments. Currently, I've also am an evangelist, so I go throughout helping young teenage girls, mentoring and teaching young girls and women to how to better themselves in lives and how to get beyond their past experiences. I also have written 2 books since then, 2 women books. One that is entitled Women Bearing the Shame, and then the other one entitled Wounded Women, But God Heals, which is in Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, and kind of in a little other places. In 2019, I wrote those. Since then, I've also is a professional life coach. So I really found on helping people. That is my passion. Trying to educate and promote as much as I can. Since now my 2 sons, I have 2 sons, they are finished high school, went on to college. So I'm grateful that they did not have to go through any trouble, get in the law or the system. I allowed them to look at my life, to see that that was something that they didn't want to do. Wasn't proud of it, but it happened. So with this pardon, it would allow me to do much, much more. It would help me to further my education because I really want to obtain a doctorate, and then also to get better employment, which have been denied me a lot, to get quality employment and to make better money. It's been a struggle trying to survive having a felony. I work at Amazon now, and then also promoting my books and doing my professional life coaching as far as speaking. So I try to coordinate all of those things and together. But the pardon will help me a lot, and this is why I wrote and applied for it.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Blake. Questions from the board? Jerry, and then Cindy. You're muted, Jerry.
Would you describe your relationship with your victim?
She was, I helped her I've known her, my aunt, cousin, Alma Allen, was a longtime friend with her. And then I was able to met Mrs. Owens through her. That's how I met Mrs. Owens and then was able to aid her.
And were you working in her home?
Yes, was working with her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And and she was 96 years old at the time?
Yeah, she was up in her 90s. I don't quite remember her age then.
And in your application, you said that you took her ID and cashed the checks because you were afraid of being a victim.
Correct.
Okay, but you took $5,300 in less than a month. That seems like a lot more than just your rent money.
They collaborated all in together. We went on a trip for the NAACP, which she paid for the tickets, the hotel. So it was a lot of other things collaborated into that price.
And do you still owe restitution?
Restitution, yes, I still owe money on restitution.
Okay, about almost $3,800. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Cindy?
Harry covered it. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks. All right, well, Noble?
Just a quick question. How well are your books doing?
Been struggling now since the pandemic. They're not doing very well. When I first started, I was really out at Barnes and Nobles. I did book signings there before the pandemic. And then I would have different conferences for women, and they did quite well. But since the pandemic, they're not doing good at all. So the
And
promotion is
congratulations.
not there.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, sir.
Yeah, I'm just congratulations on being able to publish 2 books there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Ms. Blake, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and candor, and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You all as well.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Aaron Reese. So Aaron, it looks like you are all set to go. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Yes, thank you for hearing me. A little over 20 years ago, I broke into and vandalized some summer cottages. I was sentenced to 7 years of probation as well as a fine. The fine was paid off and I was released from probation a little over a year early. Since then, I've volunteered at the Humane Society and Urban Ecology Center. I've worked with a construction company, and then I went to MATC and got certified in carpentry. Now I live on a farm and I also work on the farm. My landlords are my employers as well as like extended family. If I were to relocate, the pardon would help find employment, but also I've struggled with psychological issues all my life. And the actions of that day still weigh heavily on me. And I have to actively deal with my psychological stuff every day. And so giving me this pardon would help alleviate some of that stress. At the time, I didn't have many friends. I got mixed up with the wrong crowd. I distanced myself from them. I've changed the way that I, act, and I try to live each day by the philosophy of doing to others as you'd have others do unto you.
Thanks, Aaron. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. Just a few questions. Back to the original offense. You were 19 years old at the time. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
And how many other people were with you when you broke into these cottages?
3, but I was the only one charged.
Do you know why that is?
At the time, I believed that I was being loyal to people who didn't deserve my loyalty, whereas they, took that to their advantage and, basically was like, it was all him. But
And you took the full responsibility for it?
Yeah, that was stupid to say the least. But I always have been a very loyal person. I just didn't, give my loyalty to those who were worthy of it.
Yeah. So you were ordered to pay quite a bit of restitution, over $12,000.
Yes.
How were you able to pay that?
Well, I had help from my parents, but then, you know, I've been working since I was 12, and but a lot of that was, you know, help from my parents.
Okay. Just one more question. You have a beautiful letter in your application from your landlords. Can you describe your relationship with them and how long you've lived there and what that's meant for you?
I've lived there for I'm not sure exactly, somewhere around 10 or 12 years. And to me, they feel more like family than they do, you know, landlords or even friends. So I see them each day, and you know, they're great. And
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Reese, for appearing before us. Like you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
thank you for hearing me, and I hope you all have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, and next we'll hear from Stephen Schmidt. So Stephen, you wouldn't mind, there you go. All right, Stephen, well, you've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
All right. Thanks for having me and taking the time to listen. Back in 2005, I did a burglary to a gas station. I had a friend with, at that time period in my life, I was involved with, I had an addiction to drinking alcohol heavily and drug use, and came from hanging out with a group of people that I thought were my friends. I went through school with not a lot of friends, and then met some people. They just kind of felt like, hey, you're popular now. And I led down that path. And then I ended up eventually having to do a CGIP program. The probation sent me, it was in Chippewa Falls at the treatment facility. I successfully completed that, released out of the treatment facility, and then I met, which is now my kids, two of my kids' mothers. I have 3 kids total. My first son was born in 2010. From that day forward, I had a full-time employment and eventually had a daughter. I now have full placement of them 2 kids. I have one other kid with another mom that we are currently doing a growth and development plan. And the mistakes from that time that hurt my family. My dad kind of hit a depression moment in his life to where he stopped doing things he enjoyed because he did them with me. It hurts my employments to better myself for insurance purposes for the kids on my end. I built a path with Kin Sport Fishing with their walleye trolling, and I have had repeat customers asking to request for me since then. So I've helped develop their sport fishing, which they're in Algoma. Now I'm kind of slowing down because the family I have, I'm now married, and between me and the wife, we have 5 kids. She has 2, I have 3. She also has cancer. So I am trying to develop kind of my own business into, I want to do dog training and be involved into the outdoors and try to get involved in like mentorship programs for youths, because it seems that there isn't a lot of things to help keep youths involved or help them make better decisions at younger ages. And that's one of my goals that I would eventually like to work for. I've been clean for over 14 years. I haven't went back to any drug use. I put that all in the past. I'm currently in CNC machining. Some friends started the shop and they're training me in the other parts of it that I need to learn yet. I've been doing that for 4.5 years now, and it's in Green Bay, so I have long travels. I live in Manitowoc. I know it's construction right now. It's like an hour drive, but each step I took in my life was to better myself and to try bettering my children's lives. I still think back to that day for the mistakes I made. I don't know why I did it, but at the moment I do know, like, it was just not smart. I know that I was tried getting in at my dad's work in Kewanee Fabrications, and one of the reasons they interviewed me, and then one of the reasons I couldn't get into there, they have good health insurance and pensions for your future, was some of it was the felony situation over my head. And so I still struggle to this day, even though it is a while ago from that situation. And I think having a pardon would help benefit me to have my own business choices that I can go forward properly with it, because I have to pick and choose what I do in my, like, if I do the dog training, I can only do so much of it, which my dad is going to be getting into breeding and training dogs again as well. And it'd be nice to share with them as well. So then with the availability of having my own business, I can be there to support my family on my end with the wife having cancer. My son has a behavioral disorder that I have to deal with. Her son has a similar behavioral disorder, which with the availability to kind of have my own hours, I'd be more able to help out my family and needs instead of having to travel the hour to get back.
I think I'll open up to questions for the board. Stephen, questions? Noble and then Jerry.
Good morning, Mr. Schmidt. You mentioned that you have not had, you've been clean for 14 years. Are you doing anything specifically that has supported you in, the alcohol and drug use?
I came to the day my eyes opened up when I had my first son. I found out that the girlfriend at the time was pregnant, and just the realization of being a parent was enough for me to step away from the people I was around and the drugs so I could raise him differently than what I found. And then from that day I was a parent, and not, I won't say it, like, it went through my teens and in my early 20s. I wasn't immature to life no more. And I wanted to be a better parent than what I was living at the moment. I didn't want that lifestyle to be brought into his lives. So from that day forward, I went 10 days after he was born, I actually had full-time employment.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Schmidt, you have a terrific letter from your stepson, Zach.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I went through it a little bit, yes.
Yeah. I do have one question. In 2005, you had a conviction for 4th-degree sexual assault. What was that all about?
I was in a relationship when I left school, and my parents kept a lot of the laws out of my, like, rights and wrongs out. They kept me very secluded into the house, couldn't go anywhere. And when I realized I was wrong, we split apart, and then police got involved, and I wanted to handle the situation when they talked to me appropriately. And I didn't have to do no registry with it because it was into a relationship type situation. That girl was also like a neighbor, and then we hung out with her brothers, and her mom was hanging out with all of us. It's embarrassing to myself. I should have known better. That life and that history is well beyond me, and I don't want to go back to any of that ever again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Schmidt, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month from today's date, give or take, but I hope you have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we concluded a little bit early, so we are going to take a 10-minute break for those of us joining for the next session. I'll go through a number of housekeeping items and explanation. For the board members, though, please be back by 10 a.m. and we will resume the hearing. Thanks. All right, well, thanks everybody for waiting. We'll get started here since we're still gathering a couple of people, but I have a couple of housekeeping items to go through. So first, welcome. My name is Ryan Nelson, and I have the honor of serving as chair of the Pardon Advisory Board, and I'm also Governor Evers' chief legal counsel. We are now in the second morning session of our April 8th hearing of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. How this will work today is we will be hearing from each of you in the order that you're listed on the public meeting notice for today. So we'll be hearing from Johnny, Brian, Sean, Mustafa, Irma, James, William, Andrew, and then Devon. When it is your turn to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. You'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to share your story with us. We sent you questions. In short, we want to hear specifics. Please be concise, but we do want specifics in how you ended up with your felony conviction or convictions. We also want to hear how your sentence went and why you believe you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So basically what's happened since your conviction, how you've turned things around. After you get done speaking, I'll open it up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you depending on how thorough your application and presentation are or your underlying offenses. So don't read too much into it one way or the other. After we get done hearing from everybody, we will be going in closed session. During that time, we will deliberate and make a recommendation to Governor Evers. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers and he'll make a final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If you don't receive majority support from the board members present, or if Governor Evers rejects your application, if it was forwarded to him, you'll receive a denial letter from the board and you'll have an opportunity to reapply for a pardon 18 months from the date of the rejection letter. You should hear about the outcome of the process on whether you've been denied or receive a pardon in about a month, give or take a few weeks from today's date. After you get done presenting to us, you do not need to stay on. No one does. You can go about enjoying the rest of your Friday. So feel free to hop off. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions of the board members present, and then we will jump right into hearing from Johnny. So in addition to myself, we have Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and is also a former county and state prosecutor. We have Noble Ray, who is the former chief of police for the city of Madison. And last and certainly not least, we have Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor over in Milwaukee and was formerly on Governor Doyle's Pardon Advisory Board. And so with that, I will open things up and we will start with John Willis. So John.
Hello. I want to start by thanking the entire board for taking the time to review my case and give me the opportunity to explain my situation and a chance to finally put one of the worst nights of my life behind me. My case, 23 years ago in 1999, I was freshly home from the Army and honestly in a very dark place at the time. I really didn't care if I lived or died, and I was on a downward spiral. The night I made my biggest mistake of my life. I was out with a group of friends on motorcycles and we were traveling at a high rate of speed when I passed an officer sitting on the side of the road taking radar. I knew I was speeding and I never stopped. I ended up pulling on a side road where I lost control of my motorcycle and crashed into a telephone pole. When the officer got to me and shined his light in my face and asked if I was alive, at that point, my life changed forever. All I could see now was my now wife of 20 years and my daughter. I'm not sure why I did what I did, and I make no excuses. I have taken full responsibility for that night, but that night changed my life and most likely saved it all at the same time. I, to this day, don't know why God saved me, but in my heart, I feel like he had bigger plans for me. Since that night, I have lived a clean and healthy life and realized what is truly important in life. I have 2 children. They are now 26 and 22. They have been my entire world since this happened, along with my wife. I have coached them and other kids of the community through several different programs and sports. I have volunteered at the YMCA to coach softball in the past as well. I've dedicated my life to helping kids live a better life in any way I can. I have had several kids go on to college and play D1 sports that I have coached in the past as well. I am a union operator and an operations manager for a demolition company in Chicago. I feel like I am proof that if you want to better yourself in life, you have to work hard and achieve your goals and dreams. Reason I'm wanting a pardon is I have 3 grandchildren now, ranging from 5 years old to 6 months. My goals are to be able to coach them to the next level of whatever sports or clubs they do. I was turned away from coaching some of my own kids at the elite levels due to my felony, and pray that I can change that for my grandchildren. Hopefully you have all been able to read my letters from the community members and see that I have a lot more to offer the community and more kids through sports and teaching work ethic and life lessons. Again, thank you for your time and hearing my case.
Thanks, Mr. Willis. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Willis, you were going 155 miles an hour at one point?
Yes, sir.
And do you think about other people, how that might have affected other people if they've been in your way?
Honestly, the night of, I did not, but after that incident, 100%. And I haven't even got a speeding ticket in the last 15 years. It has definitely changed my life. Like I said, I was in a very dark place when I got home from the Army, and I have healed myself and fixed all that and realized there's a lot more to life than what meets the eye, you know?
And your kids were involved in the Wisconsin Interscholastic Horsemanship Association?
Yes, sir. I coached, my daughter was a barrel racer, and I coached that for 5 years through the high school program and even in grade school.
So it's a rodeo.
It's basically, they take all horse events, whether it's jumping, pleasure horse, speed horses, they take all of that and they put it together, and they have these high school teams throughout the state, and the kids get an opportunity to get scholarships and grants and everything else. They compete 3 times during the year, and then they have their big state show if they qualify up at the State Fair Park.
Wow. Well, thank you. I didn't know that was a high school sport. Thank you.
Yep.
Cindy?
Are you still involved in coaching, Mr. Willis, and has the felony impeded that ability at all?
It has at some elite levels. My kids are grown now, so I have kind of stepped away for a while. But the plan is with my grandchildren, obviously. My oldest is 5, so she's about a year away from starting sports. She's done a little soccer and stuff like that, but at the elite level, yeah, I couldn't get a background check cleared to coach at. And when I say elite level, it was travel, softball. You know, these parents are paying $2,500 to $5,000 a kid to play these sports. And I just, unfortunately, I was more than qualified. I just, with the felony, I could not do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Willis, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but hope you have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Brian Diamond. So Brian, you've now had the opportunity to see how this works. So please proceed sharing your story in terms of how you ended up with felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon.
Well, first and foremost, thank you everybody for being here. On December 31st of 2001, when I was 27, I received a call saying that somebody was at my house other than my wife, which resulted ultimately in a Class I felony of arson. At the time, I had no prior arrests. Alcohol was certainly involved. And the result of my actions that night resulted in the destruction of my home, its contents, and the death of 2 cats. Ruining all the belongings and leaving my then wife with nothing. How I got home that night, I have absolutely no idea, and alcohol is certainly not my excuse. I did run to the neighbor's house to have them call 911 when I realized what was going on. And then when the Kaukauna police showed up, I was frantically searching for my cats, which I could not save. While I don't recollect all of the events of that evening, it has always been inexcusable that I put so many people in harm's way, especially my wife at that time, leaving her with not even a change of clothes. My lack of judgment and self-control were certainly in doubt. But I want to make it clear that I've always taken 100% responsibility for that, and I was ready for any punishment that was coming my way. There was a no contact ruling after jail at my sentencing. At the time that this happened, I had great friends, I had a great support system, but I didn't even consider once reaching out to anybody for any sort of help in any facet. As stated in my application, I don't have any logical justifications for what I did, and it is something that I have deeply regretted by putting, especially my wife at that time, my cats, the fire department, and certainly my neighbors in danger that night. And I've waited 20 years to even come close to asking for a pardon because I thought a personal punishment of 20 years would certainly be worth it. I was sentenced to 10 years of probation and 1 year in Outagamie County Jail with Huber privileges. I had held both jobs that I had before the incarceration. And what I do remember from that day of sentencing, Judge Lupke told me, you just spent your 28th birthday in jail, and that he had the liberty to hold me for the next 40. And that feeling alone scared me something awful. But he said he wasn't going to do that because of my military record, my intelligence, my support, and certainly not a dry eye in any of the preliminary hearings and sentencing hearing. Since the arrest and release from jail, I attended both alcohol and domestic abuse classes where I always took full responsibility for why I earned my place in those classes. Even after those classes ended, Lutheran Social Services asked me, because of such a severe crime, that if I could work with them for people that were going into domestic classes, just to have something different than what they normally saw. I did that for about a year, and I did that so I could help people open up a lot better and be honest about what they did and take responsibility for what they did. Since being, while on probation, I got enrolled in 2 classes at Fox Valley Technical Center, but I found a job that utilized both things I was going for, which was natural resources and electromechanical engineering. So I never did get a degree in either because I had a job that paid twice what I thought I could go into. Worked at a steam plant where I got both my third and second class boiler operator license for the steam plant I worked for, and was a team leader for that company for 8 years. They knew that I had the prior conviction, and I did have a friend that was in that company, and that was not considered to be anything that they were going to hold against me. What I did go to school for, I wanted to be a DNR agent, but the felony, of course, would prevent me from being an agent that would carry any kind of firearm. While on probation, I got married a second time, and drinking became a problem over that 10 years, which resulted in 2 drinking violations while on probation and a DUI in March of 2011, which was 10 days prior to my release. And the Door County judge at the time sentenced me to a year with the ignition interlock. I make no mistake by saying I was no angel on probation. I did leave that marriage, which was a far cry from the first one. With so many issues, I decided to walk away, which is where everything progressed in a positive way. Since jail and probation, I had worked both jobs I previously had, but the felony was always held over my head. So I moved on to places where there was unlimited ceilings. And certainly at that time, I got back to nature and spent almost all of my free time on rivers and streams, hiking, fishing, and that was the absolute saving grace for me. In 2011, shortly before I was off of probation, I was dating my now current wife, and I was 30 minutes away from buying a house in Appleton, and her name is Carrie. Carrie called me and asked me if I would consider moving to Plover. And I had called the realtor back and told her, please don't come, I'm moving to Plover. I was taking a chance, and that was the best decision I ever made. In 2013, Carrie and I married. I became a stepfather to a then 10-year-old who just turned 21 on March 31st. As a personal goal, aside from my cats dying a long time ago, I've rescued 4 cats in retribution to what I did back then. If I had the door open to my office, you would definitely meet 3 of them. I started my own home remodeling company in 2014. I told my wife I was considering doing so because I had the money and I had the tools, and she told me to set it up that day, and I did. And I am currently a veteran-owned business up to this day. Prior to that, while setting up my company, I intentionally worked as a temp at a company that pre-made houses so I could learn how to build better. I have an incredible network of business owners locally and around the state, and partners who create more work than I can keep up with. To differentiate myself in business, I became a certified aging in place specialist and got that certification just to differentiate myself a little bit from others. And that allows me to help aging and disabled people stay in their homes with proper modifications. Other things I've done while my daughter was growing up before college, I volunteered as a coach to my stepdaughter's softball team for over 8 years. The felony did hang over my head for national tournaments, so I wasn't able to be a coach then. I do a lot of volunteer time for cleanup for people who can't afford it. There's a lot of groups around the Stevens Point area, especially with kids, and churches that go around and help people that can't do it for themselves. I'm also a volunteer for the ATV snowmobile clubs on the trail systems I ride. My wife started Spash Rugby for girls 5 years ago, and I've been a volunteer for them, building uprights when they need them on the field and field maintenance. And being fortunate enough in business, over time, I donate time and materials for people who can't afford the work. And yesterday, I actually helped a friend of mine set up and finalize his LLC so he can do similar things to what I do, but we can share attributes and teach each other. And we can, the sky is the limit. What a pardon will mean for me, first and foremost, is to strengthen my reputation without the designation as a felon. There have been some jobs where people have looked me up on CCAP, which I didn't realize people did. And they would question me on it. And I was straightforward with them. And I said, I've got a personal goal of waiting for 20 years. It would also help me use apps like Home Advisor, which I come to the roadblock being convicted of a felony. And I could generate more business, do different things with larger companies, and save people a lot of money without having that designation as a felon. And then also I have a great connection in the Portage County ADRC that if this felony is removed, I would be the only handyman that would be labeled for in their, I believe it's their booklet or what they come out with, and certainly to expand my business.
Great, thanks, Mr. Diamond. Questions from the board? Cindy and then Jerry.
Good morning, Mr. Diamond. I join your sentiment of cats are jerks. I had a chuckle when I read that line in your application. But on a more serious note, it looks like you terminated probation in 2011 with about $23,000 of unpaid restitution.
Yes, that was paid. I was allowed off probation, and that was paid immediately.
Was it converted to a civil judgment, or how did that get resolved?
I believe it was a civil judgment.
Okay.
I was making very good money at that time running a steam plant. So at the end, if I had the receipts, I was throwing $3,000-4,000 a month at it to get that done.
Okay.
I made sure to get that done immediately.
So it's been completely resolved as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay.
I did get that letter of verification that it was paid as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Jerry?
You had an arrest in 2009 for criminal damage to property with a domestic abuse modifier. You weren't prosecuted for that, but what was that all about?
That was my second marriage, alcohol involved, and another stupid situation of breaking things and taking my frustrations out. I don't have any excuse for that.
Are you in any sort of active treatment at this point?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Diamond, for appearing before us. As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from Sean Curran. Sean, looks like you already have your camera on. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. And now is your opportunity to present to the board, and then I'll open up for questions.
Good morning. As you said, my name is Sean Curran, and I'm seeking a pardon today for crimes committed when I was 18 years old in 1989, end of 1989. I'm seeking a pardon for 3 counts of party to a crime for burglary. It was a situation where I had just recently returned home from California, where I had enlisted in the military. And during my basic, I was injured, and I was excused from the military with an injury, came back home, ended up with a bad crowd that was already involved in doing things that were against the law. And I got involved with them as far as we needed money in order to keep the roof over our head, the apartment that we were staying in. I had had a job previous to leaving for the military with the Al Ringling Theater in Baraboo, Wisconsin as a projectionist and sound controller. And I knew how to get into the building undetected. I knew how to get into the safe, that there was a door, a false door in the back of the safe. After giving them that information, then they informed me that I would help them with this whole thing. And as an 18-year-old with what felt like nowhere else to go at that time, I did help. I'm not proud of what I did. It was a long time ago. I paid all of my restitution. I did my probation without any incidences whatsoever. The only thing that I've had go wrong with my life since that happened was when I was 21, shortly after I turned 21, I had an OWI. But other than that, I have had no incidences with the law. I haven't been in any kind of trouble. I have a wonderful career with a worldwide company that I've advanced as far as I possibly can in, which is my biggest reason for seeking a pardon is I can't advance any further within the company because of their privacy regulations and things such as that, with a felony still on my record. Another reason is my wife is involved in law enforcement, and because of that, I don't want anything from what's on my record to affect her career moving forward. And I also want to, as a proof to my grown children and my grandchildren, that one mistake that you make in life does not have to determine the rest of your life. I've waited a long time to do this, contemplated whether or not it was important enough for me to go back and dig this whole thing up in order to remove the felony. But with these roadblocks, as far as I've made it now, I feel that it's necessary for me to at least try to have this removed from my record so that I can continue forward with my career, my wife's career, and as a proving point to my children and my grandchildren that you don't have to be judged for the rest of your life for one mistake, or a couple in this case, but they were close enough together. You could group it as one. I don't know what else. Any questions?
Sure. Cindy?
So you were placed on probation for 3 years in October of 1990, and you weren't discharged until October of 95. So that tells me you were extended for 2 additional years on probation. Why?
The probation was extended because of the amount of time that it took me to pay off the total of the restitution. There was no issues like I got in any kind of trouble or anything like that. I was just at the time still young, not making a lot of money, but barely enough to take care of my then family. And so you had to go a little bit longer extending it so that I could pay the restitution off.
How much restitution were you ordered to pay?
I honestly don't remember what the total was. This was
Okay. Well,
30 years ago.
according to the DOC records, it was $375.
No, it was thousands that we had to pay in restitution, that I had to pay in restitution.
I don't see that in the records. Were you ordered to pay restitution jointly with other defendants, or?
That I don't know. I only know that I was ordered to pay restitution, and it was definitely in the magnitude of multiple thousands. I believe it was almost $3,000 in total.
Okay, and you couldn't pay that off in 3 years, and your probation was extended 2 more times to allow you to pay that off?
Correct. I had a newborn baby, and so money was very, very tight. I didn't have a very high paying job, and so it took me longer than the 3 years to get it paid off.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Kern, tell me about the stolen purse.
I believe that was a stolen purse from a parked car at a gas station. It was myself and someone else that was at that gas station. To the best of my knowledge, I was not the one who took the purse, but I was a part of it. I was a party to it. I believe that portion of the case was dismissed on my part.
Did you throw the purse in the river?
Yes, the purse was thrown into the river.
No, did you throw the purse in the river?
I honestly don't remember if it was me or not. I know that the purse was thrown in the river. There were more than just myself involved, but I honestly, it's so long ago that I do not remember if it was me that threw the purse in the river.
And did you take the checks out of the purse?
Yes, the checkbook was removed from the purse.
And did you try and cash one of those checks?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how that affected the victim's life?
Yes, I believe that they felt very vulnerable and that they had been attacked. Obviously not physically, but it still makes you think that, you know, you can't leave anything unlocked, that people are untrustworthy. It changes how you feel about people and what you do every day. And I know that that was probably a very trusting person that thought that they could leave their vehicle open and run into a gas station or store very quickly and come back out. And I probably changed that opinion for them forever.
Okay, thanks. Oh, wait, are you an EMS driver?
I'm not anymore, but yes, I was a volunteer emergency medical services driver for 3 or 4 years.
Okay, in Baraboo?
No, I was in Arlington, Wisconsin.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thanks, Mr. Curran. You heard me say it before, but you'll hear from us in about a month from today's hearing, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Mustafa. So there you are. You've seen how this works, Mr. Mustafa, so please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa. I'm seeking a pardon from the board, from the governor. Back in 2007, I had owned a small convenience store, and I was looking to improve my sales and my business. So I was looking in any kind of way to make an extra dollar. It's like a small convenience store, that a grocery store, but I was adding more to it. Like I started cashing checks. I started doing money transfer. I started selling cell phones. During that time, I had one of my customers was selling CDs and DVDs from his trunk, from his car. And I asked him if it's okay for me to sell some of these CDs and DVDs in my store. And he agreed that he will sell them to me for $3 and I will sell them for $5. And he brought me a box of CDs and a box of DVDs. And I was selling them for like probably 5 or 6 months. It turned to be that the guy was selling other stuff out of his trunk, like fake shoes, fake clothing, like name brand clothing. So he was under an investigation for selling like counterfeit items and fake stuff. When the investigation was going on in the city of Kenosha, it kind of dragged me to the investigation, and I was charged with selling fake DVDs and CDs, and I caught a charge of I think it was manufacturing or selling. I'm not sure exactly. It's been like 15 years now, but I got charged with a Class H felony. I was sentenced to 2 years on probation. I got a fine. I believe it was $6,000. I was granted like an early release from probation sentence. Like instead of the 2 years, I was early released for like 13 months earlier for good behaving, and they thought that, like, you know, there's no need for me to be on probation anymore. Ever since then, like, this did not stop me. I mean, like, you know, I didn't want to be crying and saying like, okay, I'm a felon, I can't do nothing in my life anymore. I kept going in my life. I consider myself very, very successful in my business. I have several locations here in Kenosha. I've been growing in this small city, and I've been doing very good, thanks God. Financially, there's a lot of opportunities out there for me. A lot of things that I wanted to do, thanks God, I have accomplished and I have done. But this felony, in the end of the day, every time or every day I come back home, it's more like a reputation. It's more like, I don't want to be a felon. I don't want this felony to be on my record, for the fact that I am involved in a lot of like real estate business, wholesale business. I meet a lot of new people every day. So I don't want to, I don't want this felony to have anybody look at me in a way that I'm a criminal, or if any way looking at me as I'm a bad person. So I'm seeking a pardon. By me having it for the past 15 years, thanks God, like, you know, there was no issues, but still, like, with my business, especially like, you know, with the wholesale, having deals with packaging companies, with real estate business that I'm in, getting the loans from the banks, it kind of have a big impact on me. I'm not trying to make any excuses. I think I made a mistake. I think I fairly paid financially as me hurting the taxpayers for selling any knockoff or like any fake items in my store back then. But I think I have paid the price for my mistake. So I'm seeking for a pardon, and you know, I don't like to talk about the good stuff or the things that I do for the community, but I'm very known in Kenosha. I have a lot of people look up to me. I try my best to be a part of the community, as far as, like, you know, donating to charities, as far as being part of the youths here in Kenosha. I work as partners with foundations here and charities in Kenosha, and I'm well respected, thank God. It's just like, you know, at the end of the day, when I come back home, I always ask myself this question: is like, do these people that I deal with and they look up to me and they respect me, do they know that I'm a felon? Is that gonna make me look bad if they ever learn that Mr. Mustafa, he's a felon? other than that, I have nothing to add, but I'm asking for a pardon. So I hope that you guys will take this in consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mustafa. I'd like you if you could just walk me through a couple of, this is going back almost 15, 20 years ago, but if you could provide some context. In 2001, there was an arrest for misdemeanor sexual assault, 4th degree, and disorderly conduct. I know that was the conviction was expunged, but what happened? What's the story there?
So I was, I believe, 16 or 17 years old. I had just arrived here in the States probably 2 weeks before this incident happened. And first of all, this is not me. I mean, I was a young kid, coming from a country that a young guy is not allowed to talk to any girls or having any kind of relationship with any girls or anything like that. And I came here and I was not very familiar with the culture, having a girl talking to you and smiling at you and joking around with you. I did not I'm sorry, I'm very ashamed, but I did not know the culture that much. So I thought when a girl smiles back at you or joke with you or something, is she's asking for something sexually. And unfortunately, I have done something bad, touched her. I was placed on probation for 1 year. But the court or the judge said that if I spend this whole year without any violations or any problems, they will expunge it off my record.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be I don't know how to say it, gone or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's totally not me. I mean, I have a daughter, 16 years old daughter. I respect women. I don't want anything to happen to my daughter or to any woman out there. And to the point that until now, this made me a different man. Even when I have young guys come from overseas or relatives or friends, one of the things that I would tell them about here, America, is be careful. You can't do this, you can't do that.
Okay.
And to educate the people around me is to the point that if you come close to a woman where you're passing an aisle or something, just turn your back to her. So just for the fact that by mistake touching her shopping cart or something, you know what I mean, it's just it affected me to the point that I hate to talk about it. I have to talk about it for this case, but because it's been expunged off my record, I'm glad it doesn't show to public.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show to my daughter,
Okay.
But
could you tell me then, jumping forward 2 years in 2003, you got a misdemeanor disorderly conduct for use of a dangerous weapon, and then you had another misdemeanor disorderly conduct. What happened with those? What's the story there?
So with the dangerous weapon, I had it's like a BB gun in my car. I had bought it so I can send it to my cousin overseas. We used to catch birds, and I thought this will be an easy way to hunt birds there.
Mm-hmm.
But it was in my car. That night we had dinner, me and my friends, at a local restaurant, and we were sitting down 4 or 5 guys, and everybody went home. We were having fun, and then half an hour later, one of my friends will call me and be like, hey, they're chasing me with their cars, the same guys that were sitting with us in the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
They're with their cars, and they're throwing gang signs, and their body language, they don't it doesn't look right. So again, I was young. I think I was 19 at that time. I drove to the location, and to scare him away, like, you know, not to hurt him, I pulled the gun, like acted like it was a real gun. But here, I believe the law in Wisconsin or something like this, the officer does not know if this is a real gun or not. So if the officer would have, like, if a police officer would have been, like, you know, driving by and saw me with this weapon, he would have thought, like, you know, it was a real weapon. So he would act like, you know, there's a danger going on. And that was the case as far as, like, you know, the gun charge.
Okay.
The other, yes, go ahead.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
And the other charge?
The other charge, back then I was working at a convenience store, and we had an argument, me and this customer, about her kid was not behaving right, and she was giving me an attitude. And at that time, the kid, like, you know, was like all over the place, and I kept on saying, like, you know, you should stop him from doing this, you know, smashing the candy bars or the cakes and stuff like that. And so with a big attitude, she was like, what are you gonna do about it? I'm like, nothing. I mean, like, we're in America, but if he was overseas, he would be hung. Again, I was 19 years old at that time. Wild. So she called the police. The police came, and they kind of added more to whatever I said in the report. But I had paid a fine for that case. And they connected this case with the danger, arm, gun, whatever. And I had to pay a fine for the incident at the store. And I was placed, I believe, on 1 year. I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 years, but I think it was another year. I went for an anger management program. I completed that program. I paid all the probation fee, and I'm not sure if that case also was expunged. I'm not sure, but I think it was. But yeah, again, like, you know, all these problems that I had, I was a teenager, like 16, 17, 19 years old. I'm not a big fan of guns. I mean, like, you know, I had a gun, a real gun, before this felony. I had it for like the store, like I had it for the store, like for protection. But I realized that I don't need no gun. I sold it. I'm not, like, you know, big fans of weapons, or especially, like, for the fact that I'm Arabic, and no matter how much of an American citizen you are, and still, like, people would look at you like, he got a weapon, he's from the Middle East. So, like, another thing, like, you know, I don't want to bring any red flags, or, like, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to open up, see if other board members have questions. Any other questions from the board? All right, John?
Thank you. Mr. Mustafa, I just want a point of clarity. As you was describing the incident in the convenience store, and you said that there was a child in there that was being disruptive, and you got into a confrontation with the parent, and you made a statement about had this happen in, you know, another country or your country, she would have been hung. Making that statement, how do you get charged by the police for just making a statement? I don't quite understand that.
Okay, every time I go back to that story, okay, I ask myself the same question. Now, I can't bring this lady or her son, which is, he's a young man now, he's not a kid anymore. I can't bring him here at this meeting and let them speak on my behalf. But, like, you know, I've known her since I was a little kid. I knew all her kids since they were little kids. Me and her are on a very, very good terms. She's one of my customers. She comes to all my stores. Her kid is one of the best kids that comes to the store. Like, he's an athlete. The same kid that we had this problem, and we even joke about it and laugh. And nothing that I'm proud of. Nothing that I said that in that statement that represent who is Mustafa now. But every time I ask my question, why? Because I said something like this. I went to jail. Why did I get in trouble? Why? First of all, I should have never said anything I consider stupid and not responsible. But in the same time, after years, I learned that because of the adding to that statement, like they added more stuff to the statement with the police report, it made it sound like I was threatening the kid or his mother, saying that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. So I believe for that reason, I was arrested. I can't remember what was the charge, but yeah, I mean, like, there's like, honestly, there's no explanation. Why did I go to jail?
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Mustafa, for sharing your story with us and bearing with us with our questions. You'll hear from us in about a month, give or take, in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. You guys too. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Irma Bush. Let me see if we have Irma.
Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Well, you've seen how this works, Mr. Bush, so please proceed.
Yes, sir. I'd like to thank everybody for being here, hearing me today. Well, I earned my case back in 2001. I was possessing an intent to deliver a controlled substance. Well, by me catching that case and I was going to court on it and everything, and I earned another case, which was bail jumping, because when it came to my sentencing date, I left. I actually left and then go to court, and that's how I caught the other charge. But I want to say I own up to everything I did. The possession with the intent to deliver. I own up to bail jumping because it happened. And I did a rigorous program called a challenge incarceration program. It was a boot camp. I went through it, and they told me when I got there, they said you would not be able to get out of here within 6 months. But me having a brand new daughter, I just had left. She was 1 year old. By me knowing I just had her, and it's like my determination was more to get out faster than 6 months. So, I did the program successfully. I've been out of trouble for since my case in 2001, I ain't had no trouble, none. I stayed. I got a grocery store. I got a food truck, me and my wife. I got married in 2016 to the woman I've been with for 19, 20 years. And the reason I'm really asking for a pardon is because it's really hindering us from getting financial aid. I want to get my real estate license, and it's kind of hard for me I can't do that because, they don't allow felons to get them. And I went to school for 2 years after I got out of boot camp. I went for electronic technology engineering down at MATC. I got 39 credits there in that course. And so I was going to switch my course because my math got so hard for me. The tech math too. I was doing tech, it's a little hard for me. So I was going to switch it to the real estate. So by me not being able to get the license, by having this felon, I can't get the license. And there's a lot of other things I wanted to do. Like me and my wife, we had got married. We wanted to go on a honeymoon, and we wanted to go to Jamaica, but we couldn't go to Jamaica because I'm a felon, and we couldn't. I can't go out of the country. A lot of places out of the country, like Canada, and then we want to go out of the country to further our business, like look at like other food vendors and see can we find other stuff to put on our market here. And I ain't able to do none of that. So, and my kids are all successful. I got 5 of them, and their mother passed away in 2006. My three boys' mother passed away in 2006. I had my kids. I took my kids. They all was young. I had them. I raised them. All of them went to college. All of them, well, 2 of them went to college. One of them is waiting to go to college right now. She just graduated. At coronavirus, I guess coronavirus messed it up for her because she had a scholarship. She was a softball and a volleyball. She was super good. So that's something else I want to get into, like helping the kids out with the volleyball coaching. And, I can't even do that because I'm a felon. I did a lot of things. I did a lot of things with the school. I chaperone. Sometimes they let me chaperone. They let me set up plays and set up stuff for school and, dance. I did dance recitals and all that for them, help them do that. And, I gave back to the community. I done pulled my food truck and took it to First Independence and let everybody just eat free, whoever there, and it made no difference how many there. If I need to get more food, I went and got that and kept cooking until it was over with. And it's a lot I done tried to do the positive, and now that I am a productive member of society, I don't want to ever go back to jail again. It's not for me. And, I'm a changed person. I done changed my life around. I do not deal in drugs. I got businesses. I got people hired. I got employees. So I'm just asking for a pardon because, it'll make my life complete. My kids' life complete. My daughter want to be a police dispatcher, and she don't want me, so I don't want to be the person that hindering her from certain things. And, because I messed my life up, I don't want their life to be like mine. So I raised them way better. Ain't none of them, I got a boy that's 30 years old. I got one that's 29 years old. I got one that's 25 years old. And I got a daughter that's 19 years old. And I got a daughter that's 13 years old. And they all great kids. And that's because I raised them to do better than what I did. Because, it messes with me a lot. Because, because my kids seeing out that I can't do certain things. I can't go certain places, like certain trips. Like my boy had a trip he had to go to for the school for Italy. I couldn't go there. I would like to see the Eiffel Tower. I never seen it. It's things I want to do in life. And I want to just expand my business and continue being a productive member of society. And maybe one day I can, get my real estate license and maybe, I can serve on a committee or something. You know what I mean? I like to get the neighborhood better because the neighborhood I'm in right now, it is not it. I own my house here. That's why I'm here, because I own my house here. I ain't got enough money to go somewhere else. But I like to get the community, up and together and try to do things together, positive things, and have positive aspects in the community where people want to be in the community. So that's why I try to give people jobs. And I got 3 employees on my food truck, and I got 3 in my store. So with that being said, and plus I finished plus I did everything. I know restitution. I got off parole early, extended supervision early. I got a boot camp within 6 months, which they say nobody never do. And I was home. I was home a day after 6 months.
Great, thanks, Mr. Bush. We'll open it up for questions. You've been very thorough. Questions from the board. Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Bush. Credit to you for turning your life around. Credit to you. I have a question though. Not once, but twice you failed to appear in court. Why would you not go to court?
Ma'am, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I never seen a penitentiary in my life. And I knew with what I had did, I was headed. And I was scared to go to court. I was scared. I did something I was scared to go do the time for, to tell you the truth. I committed the crime. I could say trouble easy to get into, but it's hard to get out of. And I don't want that's something I'm 50 years old now. All I want to do is raise my grandkids, you know what I'm saying, and be able to take them places and see things. Like I had a lot of downfall that could have sent me back to things that I quit doing. Like my mother passed away in 2011. My kid's mother passed away in 2006. My grandson just passed away last year. He wasn't even but 9 months old. You know, I got 3 grandkids. Well, I had 3, but I still count 3 grandkids. Just one gone. And the rest of my kids don't have kids yet. It's just one of them. My 29-year-old boy got kids. My daughters don't have kids. My 30-year-old don't have kids. But he also, my 30-year-old's a software designer. He make like $55 an hour. So I'm very, very proud of him because he took it. He listened. He know what his daddy was.
Very good. Thank
you. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Bush, for sharing your story with us, and appreciate your candor, and you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Have a
Thank
great
you.
one.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from Mr. James Hightower. Oh, good morning, Mr. Hightower. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Okay, I have a few notes. So first off, I would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you guys. I just want to give a short backstory. I grew up with a father that was in and out of my life, and I yearned for attention and acceptance. I was young and headed down the wrong path. I looked to the wrong people for guidance. And in 2007, I was charged with burglary while armed. A friend and I broke into someone's house that he knew, and that I'm nervous. So he knew the guy, and it was and it was told to us that the guy had a lot of money in cash. And so we looked at it as getting quick cash. It was the biggest mistake of my life. Actually, when we did it, I knew I was going to regret it. I was given 10 months Huber, house correction time, but I was able to do Huber. I have 4.5 years probation and a 3-year stay sentence. While on probation, I went through a criminal thinking class, and it showed me that you can't take shortcuts in life, that you have to work for what you want. In May of 2011, my life changed. My son was born. It was that I wasn't living for myself, but I had a son that was going to look up to me for guidance. That same year is when I started to work at Masterlock. The HR manager, Ted Naziato, who is passed now, he took a chance on me, and I didn't look back. I worked my way up from a regular production to skill production, and the next step is getting into a trade, and that's what I'm working on now. I'm currently enrolled in school to become an electrician, to get in the near future to get an apprenticeship within my company. After being released from Huber, trying to find a job was very hard. It seemed like at some points I had given up hope. I wanted to become a fighter, but was denied because of my felony. I also wanted to get into the medical field, but couldn't. It also stopped me from, while I'm working at Masterlock, from being able to be a board member on the union, because you can't be a felon after so long. It's so many years. And so one of the biggest things my felony has held me back from is participating within my son's school, volunteer work, and going on field trips. And at times I have to explain to him that I can't go. And he's 10, and it's kind of hard to try to explain to a 10-year-old that the reason why I can't go is because I messed up when I was 18 years old. My actions that day have haunted me since that day. I take complete responsibility for my actions. My past is not only affects me, but now it affects the family I created. Okay. And me being a homeowner now, I could only imagine how they felt. Someone violating your home is the total disrespect. Your home is your safe place, and I took that piece from them. If my victims are listening or watching, I would like to give you a sincerely apology. And I know I wrote a letter in court, when I got sentenced, that I apologized, but I still feel that to this day, that I really, as I think about it, I just couldn't imagine that happening to me right now. Being a homeowner, I wouldn't even want to live in my house after that. And I sincerely apologize, and I ask for forgiveness. And that's it.
Thanks, Mr. Hightower. So your friend knew the victim, right?
Yes.
Was it a drug dealing house? Is that why you guys targeted it?
Yeah, that's what we were under the assumption.
Okay. Questions, Noble?
Just a follow-up to that question that Ryan asked. What was the reason why you were both armed? Why did you feel a need?
Just young and other people thinking that, we should have it. Nobody was supposed to be there. And it was just a stupid mistake. Like, we were just young, trying to be tough guys, really. I mean, that's the only explanation I could really tell you, is we were young, trying to be tough guys. We just got these guns, and it was like, oh, we want to take them to kind of show off,
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Hightower, for appearing before us and sharing your story. I know this isn't an easy format to do. It can be a little nerve-wracking, but you did just fine. You'll hear from us in about a month, and I hope you have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from William Washington. There you go, William. Well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me fine?
Yep, just fine.
All right, great. I'm a little nervous, but I'll try to get through this as soon as possible. I have my notes here. The crime that I'm seeking a pardon for is delivery of a controlled substance, cocaine, party to a crime. From the late 1990s into the time of my arrest, drug use controlled my life. My drug habit consisted of pills, smoking pot, and using crack cocaine on a daily basis. On the day of April 19th, 2000, the co-defendant and myself had the bright idea of putting our money together to buy some crack to use and possibly sell a little bit on the side. After we used the majority of the drugs, we wanted to try to sell some. Both the co-defendant and myself were not experienced sellers, but users. And that being said, the first person that we tried to sell the drugs to was a police officer. We were both arrested, we both confessed to our crimes, and we both received the same identical sentence. That sentence was 18 months in prison and 2 years extended supervision. Going to prison at the age of 20 was a major wake-up call that I desperately needed in my life. Behind bars, I started to do everything possible to better myself upon release. I attained my HSED, I joined AODA groups and other prison reform groups. I would read as much as possible and surround myself with positive people who wanted to make a difference once released. For being incarcerated, my biggest fear of the whole situation was having to repeat this process again. When I was incarcerated, I was with men doing their 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th extended stays in prison. I vowed to myself I would never be in this situation again. On November 20th of 2001 was the day I was released from prison. I was so happy to be reconnected with my daughter. Within 2 weeks of being released from prison, I was gainfully employed. My mother worked for the Department of Workforce Development Center on Martin Luther King Avenue in Milwaukee. When I was not at work, I was there enrolling and participating in numerous job training programs. These programs were specifically designed for people like myself, ex-offenders seeking job-related skills. I took full advantage of all the training programs Milwaukee County had to offer, from the Big Step program, the volunteering for Habitat for Humanity, to even getting my CDL. From these state-sponsored programs, I learned many skills that helped me build a solid foundation until this day. In 2009, I attained my associate's degree at Milwaukee Area Technical College for HVAC. I worked 1 year as an apprentice, but was laid off due to the 2009 recession. I wanted to learn a new skill, so I went back to the department, I went back to the Wisconsin Workforce Development Center, which enrolled me in truck driving school in 2010. For the last 22 years, I have never went longer than 4 months without having a job. I owe a great deal of that to the skills that I learned from those state-sponsored programs. In 2011, I started my journey with SPX Waukesha, and I stayed with this employer until moving to Texas in February 2021. Even though I lost on a lot of opportunities due to this case, I never gave up, and I always kept fighting, and I always tried to learn something new. I purchased a home in Milwaukee's northwest side of town. The home that I purchased was literally 3 blocks away from the house I was arrested in. Knowing that, I tried to do my best to always uplift my community. Children and teens in my neighborhood would play basketball at my home and play with my children to escape the violence that went on at McGovern Park. I currently live in Texas, and I work in the fuel transportation business. We haul jet fuel, diesel fuel, and gasoline. As you may know, this type of employment requires an extensive background check. I believe that my biggest accomplishment is my children. I have continued to raise 4 great children who are all great students, and I'm very proud of them. I have been there since birth, and I lead them by example. In 2015, my oldest daughter, Brittany, was diagnosed with lupus and stage 3 kidney disease. This was a big shock to our family because it came on all of a sudden. My mother and herself were her guardians at the time. Within 2 years, her stage 3 kidney disease turned into stage 5. At the age of 17, she had less than 15% kidney function and was on full-blown dialysis. Over the last 7 years, I've been right there by my daughter's side. In 2017, she had open heart surgery and was in ICU at Children's Hospital for over 3 months. This was a very hard time for my family. My younger brother was dying from throat cancer at the same time. Every night when I got off of work, I went to Freighter to go see him. After talking to him, trying to console him, I headed straight to Children's Hospital where I would spend the rest of the night with my daughter. My daughter was released from the hospital April 30th, 2017, and on May 2nd, 2017, my brother died from cancer. He was 34 years old. My daughter's health would eventually get worse over the years. In August 2020, she had a major stroke and had to learn how to read, write, talk, and even walk all over again. On the night of Father's Day 2021, my life forever changed. My daughter Brittany passed away from a heart attack at Children's Hospital, Milwaukee. This is the worst day of my life. In conclusion, since this conviction, I have worked extremely hard to better myself and those around me. Since my release, I had a lot of people depending on me, and I could not let them down. This definitely forced my hand to stay on the right path. The reason why I would like a pardon is to pursue a passion of mine, which is joining the healthcare field. Over the last 7 years, I have been very involved in health, wellness, and these diseases and treatment. In 2019, my youngest son was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. Having 2 children with an autoimmune disease was a nightmare and a learning experience. I have a long list of health use issues in my family. I wrote my original letter in wanting to join the healthcare field so I can be a better caretaker for my daughter. Even though she is no longer with us, I would still love to help anyone who is going through similar health issues. I feel that this is my calling. My fiance and I recently started an LLC to do a transport business, transporting people with dialysis and other healthcare needs. I would like the opportunity to pursue this passion of mine without having a felony stopping me. And that's what I have.
Thanks, Mr. Washington. Very sorry to hear about your daughter and the challenges your family has faced. Any questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Washington, I'm heartbroken about Brittany because she had written such a beautiful letter in support of your application. Did you see that?
Yes, sir. It's been a very rough time, just moving here and getting through that. I mean, for the last 7 years since this has happened, she's been my primary focus. Even when I was incarcerated, my mother took custody of her when I was incarcerated, and I got custody of her when she was probably about 7. So we raised her, and this was very hard. My mother has lupus. It was hard in the family, and you know, we did everything we could, and it's just as far as just staying on a straight and narrow path. Like as far as like criminal activity, drugs, I left that stuff a long time ago. The day I got out of prison, it was like, hey, it's time to go to work. You know, and I would be a hypocrite to sit back drinking or smoking and doing things like that. And my daughter needed a kidney, so we did everything possible to you know, lead by example and be there by her side and do what's right over the years.
Well, I'm sure she's here with you today.
Yes, sir.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Washington. I know this isn't an easy format to talk about these things in general, but appreciate your candor with us and hope you have a good weekend.
Yep, thank you for the opportunity. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next we will be going to Andrew Krazan. So Andrew.
Ryan, I'm going to recuse myself from this case.
Okay, thanks, Cindy.
Thank you.
All right, Drew, you've seen how this works, so please proceed with sharing your story with us, and then I'll open up to questions for the board.
Okay. Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me here. I never thought that it would actually happen. And I'm very pleased to be able to present my case to you. In late 1997 and into 1998, we'd fallen on some significant financial hardship. And I guess my pride stopped me from doing the right thing and asking my family and friends for help. So I figured a way. At my my former employer was CompUSA. I was an operations manager there, and I would falsify returns, and really there was no one returning product. I made it look like the product was returned, and I would take that money and use it to pay my bills. I was obviously eventually caught and was charged with retail theft in a business setting. Before sentencing, I had paid back all of the restitution that was required. When it went to sentencing, I was sentenced with 4 months on house arrest on the electronic monitoring and 6 years probation. After 3 years of probation, my probation officer decided that I didn't need to be there any longer, and I was released from probation after 3 years. After I was charged, it was incredibly difficult to find employment. What I thought, was making a good decision by helping my family was the worst decision I had ever made. Eventually, I did find someone that gave me a chance. After I got out of the military, I'd only worked in retail, and that's all I knew. I found someone to give me a chance in the trades. I had never done any kind of work like that before in my life, but he gave me a chance. And from there, it started me on the path that I'm on now currently. I started doing roofing and siding and installing doors and windows, and eventually learned carpentry and other aspects of home improvement. And I've been doing that ever since. In 2016, I decided to go self-employed. I have all the skills. I know people in the trades, and it was a good decision for me, and it's been fairly successful ever since. I would like the opportunity to continue doing what I do. However, I'm getting a little older, and it's a bit physical. So the next step in my progression here is I recently completed courses and have been certified to do home inspections. Not quite as physical as construction. In that field, a lot of your clients are referred to you by either real estate agents or other financial organizations. And they scrutinize your background. I know that you're not supposed to discriminate against someone if they've got a felony, but if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 people that you're going to refer, they see a felony on your record and they're going to refer someone else. And I've seen that throughout my life since I was charged. We had 2 small children at the time and a third on the way. Since then, I've tried to be the best role model possible for my children, and I think I have been. My 2 daughters, my 2 oldest, both have graduated college and they're married and great jobs and successful. And my oldest daughter will be having her first child, and my first grandchild. June 24th, she's due. And I'd like to be a good role model for them as well. For the, past 13 years, I've been involved with a group called U.S. Military Vets Motorcycle Club. And we do like to ride, but our primary focus is not only helping each other as veterans, but helping veterans in our community. We're a national organization, and we have organized numerous fundraisers and raised thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for area veterans that are in need, whether it's paying their bills for a couple of months or fixing up their house, or we give to different organizations such as Hogs for Heroes, Salute the Troops, Heat for Heroes, VA Chaplains Fund. 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough that I was voted the president of our local Madison chapter, and continuing the fundraising efforts for them is incredible. And I'd like to continue doing that for as long as I can.
Great. Thanks, Drew. I think I'll open up for questions, but congratulations on grandchild coming along. Questions from the board? All right, well, you get off easy today, Drew. So thanks for appearing before us and sharing your story. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. All right, next we'll go to Devon Bensky. So Devon, thanks for waiting patiently here. You're our last applicant of the morning session. You've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Absolutely. It's actually pronounced Devon, but no worries.
Devon. All right, thanks.
No problem. First off, I wanted to thank you guys all for taking the time and the consideration. I know it's it's not always easy to hear these stories, and I just hope you, you know, appreciate and realize that everybody here, I think I'll speak for myself, that I appreciate that you are willing to hear us out. And it's been a long time that I've been waiting to do this. So I also appreciate that. So in 2010, I'll start with my little summary of offenses. I was convicted of theft of movable property from person/corpse with a party to a crime modifier. It's a Class G felony. And the incidents behind that go, in 2010, it was myself and 2 other individuals, and we were attempting to steal from the victim in this case, who at the time lived with me in an apartment in Madison. And all 3 of us were abusing prescription painkillers and heroin at the time. And I had heard that the victim had some on his person. So I facilitated the entry to my apartment, and then the 2 men who were with me beat the man up and also stole from the victim. The victim then contacted the police, and the police contacted myself with the victim. And then I also had made up a story to the police because I was honestly just so scared at the time. And I had one of those just pits in my stomach that I knew I had done something wrong. So I just kept the lie going. And I was also convicted of a misdemeanor in this case. So after an ongoing court process, I mean, I eventually was basically caught red-handed by the police and just told them the whole truth of what had happened, because they had me on some video surveillance that I was with the 2 men who physically had harmed the victim. So after that, in July of 2010, I was sentenced at 21 years old. And my sentencing, I completed my 30 days in Huber, and the judge did give me some leniency because of that age. I was also given the chance at having an expungement, but I had failed to complete my probation successfully without any alternatives to revocation. But while doing my initial probation before that ATR was offered, I completed all 50 hours a year of my community service for 4 years. I maintained full-time employment, either through working jobs or also going to school and attending AODA treatment. I willingly went to AODA treatment at the Waukesha County Health and Human Services Center, as well as Rogers Behavioral Health Hospital. And like I said, in 2013, I had relapsed after that and started abusing opioids at that point again. And that's when my probation officer had put out a warrant because I was absconding. I just failed to show up to my appointments and failed to tell her the truth about where I had moved, because my mother had kicked me out of the house at the time with just more and more drug abuse, more and more turmoil in the household. So I moved in with my father, who was out of the county and kind of lived far away. So I just stopped going to my probation appointments. But after that, what I've done since my sentencing and since I completed the alternative to revocation, I've maintained full-time employment and worked at many, many different places in many different fields. I started my own small business with a friend in 2020, where we resold and released IT equipment. And we also made an attempt to hire people with criminal backgrounds, since we both have battled felony cases due to our substance abuse. And I think the bigger piece for me, at least, or where I found like the most purpose and the most meaning, because I absolutely understand that it was me who made these choices. Drugs or not, I was the one that made these choices, and I've definitely had to live with these consequences. But I think the whole learning process and what I've gone through has taught me that a negative experience does not have to define you, as another individual said in here. It can actually be something that you can spin into a positive. So what I've done in the community is I've volunteered for a bunch of different local organizations. And then my primary focus is on helping others in recovery, especially young men. Being 33 myself, I've seen so many people now that have come in addicted to especially opioids, and unfortunately not everybody makes it, but I've been able to offer my help through sponsoring other young men in 12-step programs. I've taken on higher and higher level service roles throughout Wisconsin Heroin Anonymous, which is a 12-step organization. And I've worked at the sober house that I went to in 2013 after my alternative to revocation was offered. And I've also taken some steps and became a counselor to be a substance abuse AODA counselor. So I try to use that experience to teach people like it does not have to be this way, and really like just use my experience to say like, hey, it goes beyond like just drugs, and it goes beyond everything else. Like it's your criminal thinking and it's your actions. Like this, it's not real easy, but it's definitely worth it in the end if you can get out and come through the other side. But yeah, I also have sought amends with the family of the victim because he was somebody that I knew. And, you know, I wrote them a letter. I donated to, in lieu of flowers, they had asked for, because the young man who was the victim of this crime did pass away shortly after, not from anything related to the crime itself, but like I said, he was also in active addiction. So I've made some donations to his family's church and attempted to contact the victim's family, but I also kind of understand if they want their space. I've also met my wife in recovery. She's in recovery herself. I'm sober over 8 years now, and I just try to use that experience to benefit other people in the community, especially in the Milwaukee area. And we've got 2 beautiful young children, and really I think I'd be a great candidate for a pardon because the whole felony has just held me back, and it's really affected my ability to provide for my family more than anything else. One example is that I was unable to obtain my CNA license at Roots Counseling Services because of the nature of my felony being a theft and the inability to go in and actually even train for it. But yeah, it's popped up on that. And then I failed a background check at Amazon in 2016 when I wanted to go work at their facility. I failed another background check at Chase Bank in 2020. I was considered as really the final candidate in a list of people, and I had even had character reference letters saying, you know, that I had done a lot of different things, you know, since the felony conviction in 2010. But they just said due to the nature of the crime, and I know a pardon doesn't absolutely excuse anything like that. It just grants some clemency for it, but they still said I wasn't eligible to go work for them. And one of the other things is that I would like to eventually maybe be able to go gun hunting again for deer with my father and brother, and I grew up very close. And then we drifted apart through the years with the drug use and then my criminal history too. So we just haven't been able to connect on anything like that. And that would be something that I would definitely appreciate in the future if you guys are willing to, or Governor Evers is willing to pardon this offense. And then I also have considered running for public office in the future. Being a younger individual at 33 years old now, I've seen so many different things in my life, and I feel like I've gained enough experience that I could really benefit my community in a larger role, and I'm trying to do that in the future. But with the felony, I'm no longer able to run for public office. That's really all I got for you guys. I'd love to answer any questions though.
Sure. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Bensky. Congratulations on coming out the other side. I'm glad to hear you talk about the victim today and his injuries, because you don't mention them at all in your written statement, which was kind of surprising to me. You only say that he was bound up, and that's the one sort of fleeting reference to the victim. So he was actually quite injured in this. And are you aware that right after this incident, he entered the brain injury clinic at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes, I was aware that he had.
So, I mean, he was badly hurt then by this event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then he did die months later, sadly. So when you say you attempted to make amends to the family, you mentioned donating in lieu of flowers. That was probably in the obituary or some memorial notice or something. Were you asked or required to write a letter to the family at all through the court processes or not?
No, it wasn't through the court processes. It was actually as part of a 12-step program. Step 9 requires that you make direct amends.
Okay.
To those that you have harmed, only when to do so would not injure them or others. So it wasn't until I had actually sat down and taken a real hard look at just the way it impacted not only the victim, but his family and, you know, the potential family and having my own now that he might have had, that I actually decided to sit down and do that. But I was aware at the time of going through the trial that he had sustained substantial damage, and I'm not sure why I didn't put it in my application, but I think about it quite frequently.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting to me that actually when he freed himself, he contacted the police because he was worried about you. He thought they stole the keys from you. And
Yeah,
it's just ironic, isn't it?
it makes me sick, honestly. I mean, like I said, I was in the grips of just a terrible addiction at the time, but I've had my head clear now, like I said, for 8 years, and it's not something I can really change how I acted, but I examine it, and I feel a tremendous amount of guilt and shame about those things. And I feel just awful for everything I put him through and wasting the police's time and the police officers who were trying to help me and him, and Paul's time as well, because he was somebody who I considered as a friend, and I betrayed that trust.
Yeah.
It was me who did that.
Well, best to you in your continued recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Bensky, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You guys too.
All right. And that concludes our morning session. I will now be making a motion to move into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notes, including considering specific persons and background and medical and personal histories. Is there a second?
Second.
John seconds. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, we are in closed. All right, welcome everybody. We'll be with you in just a minute. All right, welcome everybody. We are in the afternoon session of the April 8th, 2022 hearing for the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Ryan Nelsonstone, and I have the privilege is serving as chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board, and I'm also chief legal counsel to the governor. I'm going to go through a number of housekeeping items, and then we are going to jump right into things since we have a busy afternoon and we want to be able to hear from all of you and ask you all questions, and so that you can get on about your day and hopefully your weekend. So the process for today is fairly straightforward. It's similar to what we laid out in the letter that we sent to you before today's hearing. We are going to be, each of you will have about 5 to 7 minutes to share your story with us. We want to hear specifically how you got your felony conviction. We don't want to hear I was arrested and convicted. We want to know specifically what did you do to get that felony? First person, in terms of what occurred. We also want to hear how your sentence went, whether or not your probation was extended or your extended supervision was extended. And then we want to hear what's happened since then and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So I know that's a lot to get through, so please be concise because we do want to ask you questions as well. As a board, we've had an opportunity to read through your application, but now is our opportunity to be able to ask you some questions and fill in some blanks that we might have. We may or may not have questions for you. Sometimes people's applications are very straightforward, so we don't need to ask any questions. So don't read into it one way or the other. It can either mean you did a good job and we don't have any issue at all, and you made your case. Once we get done with hearing from the applicants today, we are going to be hearing from you all in the order that you're listed on the open meeting notice. So we'll start with Dale, then Paul, then Deontay, then Dwayne, then Mario, and then James, then Jacqueline, and then Jim. After we hear from each of you, we will be going in closed session as a board, and we'll be deliberating and deciding who to recommend to Governor Evers for a pardon. You need to receive a majority of the board members present in order to have your application forwarded. We have 4 board members present today, so that means you need to convince 3 of us in order for your application to go to Governor Evers, and then Governor Evers will make the final determination on the applications he receives. If we don't forward your application, or if we do and Governor Evers rejects it, you will receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board stating that your application has been denied, and you can reapply in 18 months from the date of that letter. And sometimes we do deny people because we don't think enough time has elapsed. So please, if you do get a denial letter like that, feel free to reapply. You'll get either that rejection letter or a pardon from the governor in about a month from today's hearing. That said, it sometimes takes us a little bit longer, depending on the availability of the governor to be able to review your application and materials. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions and then we'll hop right into things. So appearing other members of the board with me today, we have the pleasure of having Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We also have our two reverends with us today. So we have Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor over in Milwaukee. And we also have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and former county and state prosecutor. Last thing I'll say, and then we're going to jump right to Dale, is that you do not need to stay on once you're done. So please feel free to jump off. Everybody does that. You can go about enjoying the rest of your Friday. I correct myself. I have one more housekeeping item. We are live streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So because of that, please turn off your camera until it's your turn to speak. You can do so. There's a little icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. Also, please be sure to mute yourself. Again, little icon in the corner of your screen. When I call you up, click both icons so your camera and your microphone's on, and we'll jump right into things. And Dale, it looks like you are all set to go. So please proceed with sharing your story in terms of how you ended up with your burglary felony conviction, what's happened afterwards in terms of your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So Dale, please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Varney, and I'm here today seeking a pardon for a 1997 conviction of party to crime of burglary with use of a dangerous weapon. I was 18 years old. A friend of mine, Chris, we left Two Rivers, headed for Sheboygan to visit some friends of mine down there. We showed up in Sheboygan at the house and there was a party going on. We stuck around a little while. I talked to another friend of mine there. We decided to drive around in the car for a little while. So the five of us got into a car. We were partying, really nowhere to go. We were driving around town and going down the road. It was in the evening, and we had noticed that there was a door that was halfway open on a house, and really no planning. We decided that we were gonna burglarize the house for money gained for partying. I was driving. I pulled alongside into a parking lot, and we had got out of the car, and I don't know if I got cold feet but I decided that I was going to stay in the car and be the getaway driver. And I had opened the trunk a little bit, and I got back in the car and I saw that, the rest of my friends there were walking alongside the house and walked to the front of the house. And then they were out of view. A little while later, they come running out of the house, got in the car with a bunch of guns, and we left. And, we were partying in the car, and they were talking about that there was someone that was at home, and a fight broke out, and they took the guns and ran. And I can remember driving down the road. We didn't even really know where we were. Someone saw a street sign they recognized, and we were able to get onto the road back to the house. I can remember there was, pulling up to the house, and we got out, and the party was still going on, and we left. I brought a friend of mine from Two Rivers with me. We got in the car and we automatically left for Two Rivers, and I took two of the guns with me. I was arrested. The guns were recovered and returned to Mr. Hansen. I was found guilty of party to the crime of burglary, use of a dangerous weapon. As I was serving my sentence, I completed my HSED, criminal thinking and anger management. And I was able to get my a 1-year welding certificate, and then I worked in the weld school. I did do parenting class, And then I was able to get on work release, and I welded, and I was given early release due to good behavior. And I came home back to Two Rivers, and as I was on supervision, never had any run-ins with the law, that never no problems in supervision. At the end, I went once every 3 months. I volunteered at St. John's, which was a school that I went to as a kid. I had returned there, and I had received a recommendation from someone there to get a job at the Manitowoc Crane Company. And I worked there 12, around that, at least 12 years. And I took blueprint reading class and first responder training for my department. And when that, during that time, I was at St. John's. I coached volleyball and softball and basketball, and did what I could there, when Cranes moved to Pennsylvania, they had noticed that they were shutting the doors. I figured that I'd have to look for work, and I applied everywhere I possibly could, and just really wasn't really hearing much. And I applied for Oshkosh Truck, which would have been a big employer, and the interview went great, and I was turned down, and I just called there and I asked her if she could just be honest with me. I said, I'm not mad about it. And she told me, due to my background check, that they do a lot of military contracts and I would not be able to work there. And I understood, and I thanked her for her time. And I applied for like AT&F, they do a lot of military contracts where I work, where I live in Two Rivers, and places like the power plant. It's just, the background check was the holdup. And, I understand, I'm not mad at them. And I was able to go for CDL training at Fox Valley, got my CDL license. I started out working at a road construction company. And, we do a lot of roads, and we do stuff in the airports for the runways. And I have a hard time getting badged for a background check to enter the airport. And, we do work at the power plant, and to get badged, they call it badge, to background check to make sure that, I'd be all right to enter the gates. And, I've been turned down there, and I do realize, the situation, places. A friend of mine, a co-worker from the Cranes, he was working for Salvation Army, and he had got their youth program up and running. And I was down there helping them out as I could. They were looking for someone to drive and pick the kids up after school, and they helped them with their homework. And I thought that'd be no big problem. I could get that done. And I went and talked to the lady, and she handed me the paperwork for, to fill out, with the background check. And she was honest with me. She told me, due to my conviction, that she would not be able to let me, be part of that. And she was honest, right? So we were honest with each other, and I do understand. I drive the food truck for the Two Rivers Food Pantry. When I'm laid off in the winter with road construction, and I try to do as much as I can there, just trying to get the stuff moved. We have the town fire department. I'm 2 hours away from getting certified to be a licensed diver. I would like to join the fire department, and, we're surrounded by water by us. And, they do a lot of training on the beach and in the water, and I feel that, I could benefit them, with that. I guess that I'm kind of winding down to the end here. I would really appreciate, your thought on this and taking a minute to hear me.
Well, thanks, Dale. Questions from the board? Jerry, then Cindy.
Dale, we get a lot of letters in support of people applying for a pardon, but I don't think we've ever gotten one from a fifth grade teacher. Did you know that your fifth grade teacher had written a letter for you?
Yes, I do know that.
And she talks about how at St. John's, she had organized the kids to send prayers to you when you were in prison. What did that mean to you when you were in prison?
Well, I certainly feel that I think things could have been a lot different if that, if that wasn't forwarded to me. And as soon as I was released, I went over there and like I said, I think things, like I said, they're a lot different. And the person I am now, it's a lot different than when I was 18.
Yeah, thanks.
I also want to take a minute. I know that where I live, there's like the police officer and stuff. They do a lot of trap shooting for education, trying to raise money. And I would like to do that and go hunting with my coworkers and the police officers where I live. They do a lot of duck hunting. And I see them every 4th of July. They come down by the neighbors and we have, hot tamales and a soda or coffee. And I would like to participate in that stuff.
Okay. Thank you.
Cindy?
It's just, Mr. Varney, it just seems so strange to me, the randomness of this crime, that you're driving down a street and someone sees a door open. No one in the group suspected that this man had weapons in the house that could be stolen, and it just seems so almost impossible to believe that this is how it went down.
I know, and I'm from Two Rivers. I don't think we didn't even know where we were. We were partying and we were driving. We didn't talk about how we were going to do it or plan it or for a day or two. We saw the door open in February. It was of opportunity and the financial gain. We were going to use that for partying.
When you say you were partying in the car, were you drinking? You were all drinking in the car? Yeah. Okay.
We were drinking in the car.
Okay. And you know that 2 people claim that you also entered the home, but
yes, I am aware of that. But in the report, Mr. Hansen does say that 4 people entered the home, and right. I don't know if I got cold feet. I did stay in the car.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Varney, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month from today's hearing in terms of the outcome, but I appreciate your time and feel free to jump off and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll be hearing from Paul Emke. So Paul, if you wouldn't mind, let me see. If he's the phone number. Paul, if that's you calling in, if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, otherwise we'll go to our next applicant. All right. Oh, is that you, Paul?
Hello?
Yep. Is this Paul?
Yeah. Hi. How are you doing?
All right. Good. Good. Well,
yeah,
thanks
I'm
for.
sort of a little confused on this. I was trying to do as my but it wasn't working too well.
Nope, not a problem. It can be tricky unmuting yourself on the phone. So Paul, it's your opportunity now to speak to the board. So share with us in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction for possession of narcotic drugs and what happened with your sentence and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please go ahead.
All right. What initially happened was I applied for a second charge on my pardon application. It was a misdemeanor domestic violence, disorderly conduct charge. And basically I was going through school. My girlfriend, she was pregnant, and we went to a wedding reception, and she got a little drunk. I stayed sober because I'm not a big drinker at all. So we ended up, long story short, she wanted to drive home with our son while she was drunk, and I didn't allow that, and I drove the car. She ended up getting a big of going to the attorney never told me that he does sort of.
You're breaking up some, Paul.
They that's like key to that domestic, that I would never be able to possess a firearm. And my goal was to go into the military. I was going to school, and I dropped out of school. I was going to join the Army and follow my career path that way. And I was going through, and everything's all said and done. They told me I was not allowed to go because of the domestic violence charge. Because of the firearm.
Mm-hmm.
It's depression, using drugs, and
I think, Paul, we have a really bad connection with you right now, so we're only hearing about half of what you're saying. I think what we'll do is we'll have somebody from our staff reach out to you and see if we can get a better connection, and we'll come back to you, okay?
All right, good.
All right, thanks. All right, we'll get back to Paul. In the meantime, we will go to Deontay Hodges. So Deontay, let me see if you're on. Doesn't look like we have Deontay either, so we'll come back to Deontay. So Dwayne Johnson, we do have you. So there we go. Well, the fortunate thing, Dwayne, is you get to go a little bit early. So thanks for being with us. So go ahead and please share your story with us, and I'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, my name is Dwayne Johnson. I was convicted in 2006 of 3 counts of manufacturing, delivering cocaine, 5 to 15 grams each count. I received a 1-year, 5-year withheld sentence from Dane County. I did 5 years probation on that. The charges led up into an investigation where I was selling crack cocaine to an individual on 3 separate occasions, 5 grams. They did 3 controlled buys on me in March of 2006. And then that's when I was arrested. Since then, I got out of jail 2007 after doing a year in Hubert. I struggled to find employment for the longest. I finally got on with a car wash for a couple years, and I signed up with the county in 2011, working at the Alliant Energy Center, doing conversion crew, setting up all the shows such as the Dane County Fair, basketball events, hockey. I ended up leaving there and applying for the city of Madison, which I'm currently employed right now. I've been here almost 4.5 years. I started as a laborer for 8 months, earned a full-time position as a custodial worker too, working for CDA department in housing. And like I said, I've been employed ever since. I've changed my life around. I'm not the same guy I was at 24. I'm 40 years old now. I have a 13-year-old son that I'm very involved with, have 50-50 placement with him. I accepted my responsibility for the crime that I did. I knew what I was doing with that. And that's not a part of my life anymore.
All right, thanks, Mr. Johnson. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Hey.
You shared in your application that you were pursuing your GED.
Yes, and I'm still working on that currently.
All right, don't give up on that.
I'm not.
Okay. I like that you put down that your goals. You have goals. You want to be a homeowner. You want to get your GED. That's incredible. So
Yeah.
good for you.
Well, the home thing right now, these homes are expensive right now.
I know, but that's all right. It's good to have dreams.
It's still a goal, though. It's still a goal.
That's right. Well, good for you. You've done amazing things.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Johnson. You get off easy today. So you'll hear from us in about a month, but I appreciate your time, and I hope you have a good weekend.
All right, you guys too. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we are still working with both Paul and Deontay, so we will next go to Marito Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. There we go. All right, well, you've seen how this works, so now is your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Yeah, I was charged with a vehicle operator fleeing and eluding of an officer. Back in 2001, a couple of friends and I decided to go to a street race. It was a Saturday night. Street racing was popular at the time. Quite a few people were either attending or participating. On this night, I was charged. I was just there to observe. After a few cars had finished racing at the industrial park that we were at, a police officer showed up. The police officer then tried to stop one of the vehicles that had just finished racing. At that point, my initial reaction was to just try to get away from the scene. So I tried to make a U-turn and try not to get caught as a spectator. To be honest, this wasn't the first time I've been to a race. There had been a time when we went, and if the police showed up, everyone would just disperse and leave the scene, just like the movies. Which wasn't what I was intending to do. As a police officer stopped the other car, this was when I decided to leave. There were other cars that left the scene as well. After I made the U-turn to go the opposite direction, the police officer I left at a higher speed than the speed limit. At the time, the police officer must have felt that my crime was much worse than the guys that were street racing, so he tried to stop me. I didn't know that I was gonna get a felony for it or how serious it was gonna be. After I tried to leave the scene, the police officer gave chase to me and the other car that was behind me. As soon as the police officer passed the other car, I immediately knew that he was coming for me, so I stopped. I wasn't intending to get into a high-speed chase with the police. My hope was just that I not get into any trouble and he would stop the guys that were racing or the cars that were behind me. But as soon as I recognized that the officer was trying to stop me, I slowed down. The reason why I left was because I didn't have a license. So I figured if I would have got stopped, I would have either got my car towed or a ticket for driving with no license. Well, of course, in the end, I got arrested driving without a license, and I got jail time for that over the weekend because I couldn't get out till court. I can honestly say this is the biggest regret of my life. I was young and stupid and didn't know that if I get a felony and how serious a felony was. I did not know that having a felony, I would lose some rights. Even when I had gotten a lawyer, he didn't even explain the seriousness of the crime to me. I do wish that none of this had happened. It would have been a better decision to just stop and stood at the scene and get a ticket instead of going through what I did. Just the worst decision of my life. I would like to get a pardon because I want my rights restored, especially the right to own a gun. Hunting is very popular in the Hmong community and a long-standing tradition in my family. I have a family of my own. I have 4 daughters and 1 son. I want to keep the tradition going. My father took me hunting and I had a good experience, and I hope to have that experience with my kids also. Because I could not possess a firearm, I had turned down a lot of family get-togethers for hunting. I just didn't want to be around any guns to get into any type of trouble. Another reason is I feel that checking the box with a felony on the job application deters potential employers away. There were jobs that I applied in the past, and with my experience, I still get turned down. The felony may or may not be the reason I don't get hired in the back, but in the back of my head, it will always be there. Maybe having it noted that I got a pardon would be a positive. It's been 21 years. I've stayed away from trouble, haven't gotten into any trouble. I've gone to ITT Tech School and received an associate's degree in computer drafting and design. I have grown my family and held steady jobs. I am currently at my job at Green Bay Packaging for 5 years, and I feel like it's a place I can retire from. I'm also in the market for buying my first home, but as you guys all know, the house market is pretty darn high. All right, that's it.
All right, thanks, Mr. Yang. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Yang. So according to the criminal complaint, you went through a stop sign and you were going 85 miles an hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. And, these fleeing and eluding cases really put so many people at risk, as you can imagine. Other pedestrians, drivers, the police officer chasing you. Can you speak to how you were driving at that time and the risk to the community and how you look at it now?
When I left, I didn't really look at the speed. I was just trying to, scatter and trying to get away from the scene. And then I must have run past the stop sign when I made a U-turn, and then I turned left. And that's when I went what the police officer said I was going at high speeds. And then that's when everything happened and I got pulled over there. It was an industrial park. There weren't that much cars, so I wasn't really thinking about that.
Okay.
But yes, it is dangerous.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry? Oh, you're muted, Jerry.
Are you current on your child support?
Yes.
And do you have custody of your kids, or do you have shared custody? How's that work?
Shared custody.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Yang, for appearing before us. You'll be hearing from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate you appearing and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, you guys too, thanks.
Thanks. All right, so next we will be hearing from James Wright. So James, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on, there we go.
Yes, how are you all doing today?
Doing well, doing well. Well, you've seen how this works, so I'm just gonna hand things right over to you.
Okay, so I was committed a crime in 1999, convicted in 2000 for operating without owner's consent. And it was a crime in which technically I was a party to the crime. I wasn't the person who actually stole the vehicle to begin with. But neither here nor there, I partook in the knowledge and knowing that the vehicle was stolen. So I do accept ownership and the understanding that I did partake in a crime at that point. One of the biggest things is, as a result of that, I failed to disclose to the authorities and to the judge as well, the other parties involved. So no one else was ever charged, as if you all read the complaint, you'll see that that was there. I was charged, but if I'm not mistaken, the complaint does note that I was not they know that I wasn't the person who stole the vehicle. But at some point in time during the duration that the vehicle was stolen, I was an occupant in the vehicle and I operated the vehicle, which at that point, I knowingly committed a crime. But since then, at literally I had a 2-year probation with a 2-year state sentence and a 20 days House of Correction with Huber release. Successfully completed all of that. I also went on to, directly after being released from Huber, I went on and enrolled in college because I realized this is not the path that I wanted to live my life. And I successfully completed Milwaukee Business Training Institute with a 1-year certification in microcomputer hardware technology. I also went on to maintain gainful employment the entire time following the offense. One of the biggest hurdles I had to go through was the fact that I was continuously turned down for jobs. Even 3 years after my offense, because I worked on cleaning my credit up and just trying to live my life on the right path, I bought a home. Upon buying a home, it posed a big hurdle because AIG Insurance and American Family Insurance would not insure a felon that had a felony within 5 years without you being insured by another insurance company first. So that posed some difficulty during the closing. That was one of my first hurdles, aside being turned down for jobs. If you don't mind, I'm just referencing a couple of notes here because it was so much. I was denied homeowners insurance. I've been denied several jobs, and the jobs were actually they gave me full disclosure as to why I did not obtain those particular positions. I actually lost jobs in the middle of working for several years on those jobs because they changed insurance companies and they could no longer bond me, being that I was a convicted felon. And I actually didn't know anything about jobs bonding you or anything, but we delivered medicine. So on the one job, and then on the other one, I got denied to a job to drive for MPS because I did go on to gainfully obtain my CDL as well. And after that, I ended up in about 2007, I started working for the city of Milwaukee. And I'm still currently employed with the city of Milwaukee. Once I found gainful employment, I stopped searching and I said, I'll just try my hardest to move up through the ranks there. I'm not gonna, because I was being denied so many other jobs, and I actually had a job that was very meaningful that I had to step away from with alternatives and psychological consultation, which I do have them listed on my application. And Christine Stelzer, the manager over there, we had a great relationship going. I was one of their go-to guys for crisis prevention and intervention, mentoring for kids who kind of would have fell in the same quote unquote loop that I fell in. I growing, as a younger teen, early teens, I had a cousin of mine take custody of me because my mom was having trouble guiding me on the right path. I come from a household where everybody just partied. So there was not a lot of structure, not a lot of morals being set. So my cousin took custody of me, in which I was very grateful for. And as you can see in my disclosure, he was one of the ones that was involved in the vehicle theft. Well, of course, I felt the loyalty to him because of what he did for me caused me to not disclose the fact that he was involved. And would I do it again? No. I learned a very valuable lesson that, it's all about accountability now. You have to be accountable for your actions. So with that being said, like I said, I went on, not only did I maintain gainful employment, but I've never been a drug and alcohol user. I've did a lot of mentoring. And to this day, I'm still mentoring young men in the neighborhood. I do a lot of boat restorations and stuff like that. So I get the young men in the neighborhood to join in on these boat restorations, trying to teach them how to use a tool. Because I live in Milwaukee, and everybody knows Milwaukee is like the epicenter for these guys stealing cars and driving. So it hits home in a different way for me, knowing that back in 20 years ago, I was involved in a car, involved with a stolen car, and that I have a record as a result of it. So when I see these young men walking around, I try to do everything in my willpower to try to stop them from walking that same path, because I know the hurdles that it possesses once you get caught in the system. And then furthermore, as far as me deserving or, requesting a pardon, I honestly feel like I've led my life on a righteous path. I've done nothing but try to live the correct way. I got one daughter. I'm trying to be the role model for my daughters for the type of guy that she would possibly end up with and marrying. I'm a homeowner in the city of Milwaukee for almost 20 years now. Literally right after my conviction, I turned my life completely around. It was an eye opener. It was really, and in a sense, I thank the judge, because the judge made me turn my life around. It was an eye opener, and it was definitely a game changer for me. Homeowner, I've maintained gainful employment, and I've just tried to make sure I avoid trouble at all costs at this point. And try to be a role model to all of the youth around me, as well as there's guys that came home from jail. I heard that someone on here is with the ministry. Well, I got a couple of people that I knew from years back that came home from jail. I helped them maintain gainful employment with the city of Milwaukee, walked them through, helping them with their resumes, helping them, coaching them on interview tips, the whole nine, because I've had so many roles where I was involved in interviews, so I know how they go. Just really, really trying to see to it that people don't turn around and walk that same path that they already walked, or that they don't end up walking the same path that I walked. It's just all about positive energy and promoting better living for everyone.
Great, thanks, Mr. Wright. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Sorry, one quick question. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful, Cindy.
Good.
And you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Impressive what you've done since you were 19. I'm wondering, what's your relationship with your cousin/guardian today?
I'm one of those people, I don't hold hatred in my heart. So till this day, I still talk to that individual, because I feel like I don't hold him accountable for what took place. I hold myself accountable, because at that point I was an adult. So I look at it like, yes, he did capitalize on my lack of knowledge, but at the same time, I wouldn't let it happen again. I took that as an opportunity for me to educate myself and become a better individual.
Well, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss O'Donnell.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Wright, and thanks for all of your good work that you're doing. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, you all have a wonderful weekend as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we might have Paul back. So Paul, I'm gonna try unmuting you. All right, Paul, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep. All right.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, we can. It's much better now. So Paul, I think where you left off, you had talked a little bit about your misdemeanor, but what I really want to hear about is your felony. So can you walk me through in terms of what happened with selling those pills 14 years ago?
Yeah, basically like I said, I got in some depression because of the misdemeanor charge in my career, like path I was choosing.
Mm-hmm.
And I started abusing drugs, and what ended up happening was the guy that I bought stuff from needed something one day, and I just figured I could get my fix for the day,
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up doing a controlled buy with me, and really that was it. And when the police came to my house, they told me what happened, and I knew where it was because I didn't sell drugs. You know what I mean? It was like a one-time thing because I just needed my stuff for the day, And long story short, it ended up being a controlled buy. He got in trouble and set me up for it, and him and my buddy that gave me a ride both end up overdosing on drugs, which really led me to really get off drugs. It wasn't even a felony charge. It was more of my friend dying, and taught me a lesson about using drugs. And I've been trying to rebuild my life since then. Like, I have 2 children. I have a daughter and a son. They're both in high school now. The felonies also played parts where, like, I can't even go to, like, school functions or field trips with them because the school board, I have to get an ID and they won't approve me for that. So I'm not even allowed to, like, go on field trips with my daughter or my son. Like, you know, it sort of hurt. It hurts. It don't sort of hurt. It hurts a lot. And then, not including the job situation, I really struggled for years trying to find work. I mean, lately I've been finding work because of, like, Indeed. The people just, like, hire you. And I've been getting employment that way. But I have not, like, I haven't found anything on, like, a career path wise. But otherwise, the drug situation, yeah, it's like a one-time thing. And I've been clean for years now. I've been clean for about 4 years now. Like, straight clean. Like, not even drinking anything.
Paul, do you do NA or AA or anything like that?
No, because honestly, I don't want it in my life. And I honestly stopped talking to anybody I knew from the past. Like, the only people I really associate with now are my family, my 2 kids, their mother, and then my mother. Those are like or people I work with. Like, I stopped associating with anybody I knew that did drugs. I didn't want to be around it. I don't want it in my life. And, like, I just don't want it around me. I'm been past it. It got me in enough trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I look at something more like it's toxic. It's bad for me. I just don't want it. I've been in too much trouble because of it. That felonies, like, that took, like, I barely was a grown up. I was just 20-some years old, you know. It's like I haven't even got to live a grown up life, and I'm a felon already, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it took my adult life from me. And I look at where I should be to where I am now, and it's like I'm not happy about it. And my kids ask me, you know, they wanted to go hunting before, and I can't do it, and I have to have them go with their uncles or this or that to go because I can't do it. You know, it makes me feel horrible that I can't do things with my kids that, like, my father did for me before he passed. You know, it's just sad. And in the meantime, I've just been being a good father, and, like, I'm with my kids every day. Every single day I'm with them. I basically live with their mother, so, like, I take care of my kids every day. I'm a good father. I'm always with them. And them are, like, my big things, like work and family. It's like things I've been surrounding my life with for the last years.
All right. Questions from the board? Jerry and then Cindy.
Paul, you had a conviction for misdemeanor retail theft in 2012. What was that about?
Honestly, I cannot remember.
It might have been, that's often a shoplifting charge.
I'm trying to be honest with you as possible. I honestly cannot remember.
Okay. And you said you're with your kids every day, but your wife has custody?
No, I have joint custody of my son with her, and at the time when we were going to court, she told me like she was in bad with me at the time, and I wanted to be peaceful with her, so I gave her what she wanted at court and to make peace with her and to not ever hold my kids from me. And, you know, I hold her to that and hope it never comes to where I actually have to hold it above her head like, hey, you promise you'd never hold my kids for me, you know?
Okay, thanks.
Yes, no problem.
Cindy?
Mr. Emke, in your application, you said you've been going to the West Grove Clinic for the past 3 years. Are you still
Yes.
participating in that clinic, and what kind of treatment are you getting?
No, I was going there for Suboxone treatment.
Okay.
And
has that stopped?
Yeah, I'm not going there anymore.
Okay. And are you still, was that helpful for you?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay,
100% helpful.
good. And are you still working 2 jobs, one for Amazon and one for Walmart?
No, it became too much, the Walmart job. It became too much because the one day a week I'd have to work overnight, an 8-hour shift overnight, and I'd have to go straight from there to Amazon and work till 2 in the afternoon. It became too much.
You still working for Amazon?
No, yeah and no. I deliver for them now.
Is that a full-time
So,
job?
yeah, I deliver for them, but I'm not. I deliver Amazon, but they're technically not Amazon. They're contracted companies.
No, I understand that, but is it full-time work?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, no problem.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Emke. I'm glad we are finally able to get a good connection here. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but hope you have a good weekend and feel free to hang up now.
All right, you guys have a great day
All right,
too.
thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll go to Jacqueline Wesso. So Jackie, looks like you're on. So if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
Hi.
Hi. Well, you've seen and heard how this goes. So now it's your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Okay. And can you hear me?
Yep, hear you just fine.
Thanks for hearing me today. I've been waiting for this for a long time. In 2012, I met a man. I was working at the clinic where I had been for almost 20 years, and he was a client, and it was mental health services, and he was a client. And I started to date him, and that went on for 6 months. He was a felon, a bad boy. Red flag right there. I should not have kicked myself to this day for it, but so that went on for 6 months. In 2013, it started late December, and around May or June, I think, is when I stopped dating him. Things just went downhill, gradually downhill, and he left, went out to his family lake lot and did something out there, trying to fix it up and stuff. And he started getting back into drugs and just a bunch of shady stuff, right back into what he used to do, I guess. And he committed a crime, a felony. He what did he do? He tried to do some marijuana deal or something. I can't remember how that went. But anyways, it happened up in Michigan. Him and a friend or a cousin, they got in some big trouble. And then he fled, he got away, and he was in Florida, or he went to his sister's in North Dakota, and he was like trying to contact me, in between that time, after a whole stretch of not ever getting a hold of me, and I should never answered, but I read his messages and I took his calls, and he was crying on the phone and saying he was trying to meet with or try and turn himself in. So I was scared, and I was relaying some messages to a friend of mine who was a police officer for the tribal police. And I was telling him where he was calling me from and what number he was calling me from. And I was trying to do stuff, and because he said it would be anonymous, because I was scared. I was really scared to like have him find out that I was the one trying to get him caught. So he ended up coming back, and I said, he is coming back to Wisconsin. But then once he got back, I didn't say nothing more. And I met him at a bar. He like flew back. I don't know where he was getting his money from, but he can obviously probably shady. And so he came to my house and he's like, I want to turn myself in. And I thought, okay. We went to his mother came, and we went to a casino in Minnesota. And I was under the impression that he was going to catch a flight from there to Michigan. And we stayed overnight, and he did not catch a flight. He came back. So then I'm trying to think of the period of time. Either way, it was like probably a week or two maybe that he was at my house, and I was just going back to work every day as usual. And then all of a sudden, I told him, you know what, you can't be here. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting scared. You can't be here. You got to turn yourself in or do something. So he's like, okay, where can I take you? Where you got to go? He goes, can you take me to my mother's? So I drove him to his mother's. In the meantime, they're still all looking for him. And I thought, why haven't they found him? I thought, reading back in the reports and the police stuff, I thought they were like right on his tail. I mean, they had a camera in my house. It's like, why didn't they just come get him? And they never did. And so when I took him to his mother's, it was the next day I got arrested. I got pulled over, and they're like, where is he? Where is he? I'm like, and then I lied. I don't know. In the heat of the moment, I said, I don't know. And I couldn't think straight or anything. And so I sat in jail for a day and a half, got a lawyer. He got caught the next day. So the very next day, he was like in a van or something, leaving Kashina going to Neobit, and he got caught finally. And I got charged with harboring, aiding a felon. And so my sentence was either to be, I don't recall how many days of jail. It was a lot. It was either take that and not have the felony, or just pay the fine and do whatever, and have a felony on my record. So I chose not doing any jail time at all, because obviously my sitting 1 day and a half, I didn't want to go back there. And since then, well, I left employment at the Menominee Tribal Clinic, and I just used the money from my 401k to pay for the lawyer, because that was like a pretty penny. And in the meantime, I got a job with a friend at a supper club. bartending for him because I was already bartending part-time out at a different place, just seasonally. And it was for doing weddings and stuff. And back in 2010, the gas prices went up again, and shoot, I needed to get another job just to pay for gas. So that's why I was doing that. And so that helped me get this other job, which obviously that doesn't require any background checks or anything. So then I was applying for jobs, and I'd make it through to the telephone interview. I'd make it through the second one. Everything was good. Then came the background check. And I don't know how many times I got told no because of the felony on my, so it's like this little black cloud just follows you around. But luckily enough, I'm at North Star. It's a casino, and the bartender, you don't have to apply for a gaming license. So there's no background check there. So I've been there since 2017. And I currently am now, but I've been having health problems, and I had shoulder surgery last year, rotator cuff, and this year my shoulder's starting to bother me again. So it's to the point where I might have to find something else to do. And I'm going to run into that same situation, I believe, that because I do secretarial work, but places like that, they look at the felony and then you get passed over. And that's why I'm looking to have the pardon. But I also wanted to ask, I see everybody asking about owning a gun. If they get the pardon, will they be able to own a gun? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep. Questions from the board? All right, well, you're very thorough, Jackie, so thanks for sharing your story with us. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and candor. And have a good weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. All right, and we will not be hearing from, let me see, Deontay. So our last applicant we will be hearing from today is Jim Vang. So Jim, if you wouldn't mind, there you go. Well, you've had the benefit of seeing this a couple of times. So Mr. Vang, please proceed.
All right. My conviction is theft back in 2020 to 2021, where I was convicted in March. I worked at a retailer, and one of my coworkers, friend, came up and approached me because we worked in commissions. He approached me saying that he found a loophole using in-store credits to buy items for the customer, and we would get the commission sales off of it. And then later on, he told me that you can actually buy it for yourself and pick it up, the products and stuff like that. Didn't believe him. He showed me again. He showed me that it's doable to use in-store credit for the items purchased, and then you can actually pick up the items for the customer and bring it home. So eventually, financially, 21 years old, 20 years old, you're all about money and greed, just stupidity, young and dumb, easy way to make money. I took his word on it, and I tried it a few times. It worked. And then he got caught, and then they went down the line and just came after me too for theft from retail with over $2,500 in value. So it'll be a felon. And then let's see here. they just sentenced me to 60 days in Huber. I had another full-time job too. So I stayed in Huber for 60 days. Worked back and forth, go back and forth there. And then once I got out of jail, I continued my employment at a pizza joint. And then working there, I went to work for a paper converter place for 11 years. And then moved up multiple positions from helper to operator to lead operator for pretty much the whole line from rewinders to sheeters. And then I couldn't move up any higher. Tried to move up to a ship supervisor. Like everybody else before me said, they looked at my applicant, my history, my background checks, and they said they can't really do it with that background check. So I went to apply at a different mill in 2013, yes. And there I started from the bottom again and was there for 8 years, moved up to 5 different positions to the top pay of the mill. In 8 years, I was in top pay of the mill there by the boiler house engineer. Did go to school while I was working there, work paid for it for operators, technicians. And then got my certificate for that. And then the mill closed down in July of last year. So between July and August, I had to find another job. And that got to me where my current employer is at Gulfstream. Work for aviation at the airport. I was worried about that because of my background check. I had to go through FAA, more of a federal background check, so more in depth. It made it through, and that's where I'm currently employed right now. Opportunity there seems endless, so I'm hoping that they won't hold me or hinder me from moving up into a more lead role at Gulfstream. See, ever since I got out of jail after I served my time, I was on probation. I had a restitution fee. Everything was paid in full. Served my time, did my probation time period. I grew up after that. It opened my eyes a lot. I lost my faith before. My family is really religious, and I lost my faith. I didn't care for it. But after I got out, it's opened my eyes a lot to see, that who your friends are, who the ones that actually love you and support you are. And it was my family, my immediate family, my mom and dad, my grandparents. And so that brought me back to my faith. I started going back to church, started participating in more of a Hmong community church, more like since I was older and more experienced than the teenagers. I try to stay after and and talk with them and see what questions they have, just volunteering my time. 6 years ago, I met my wife. We're married now, still married. We have 2 beautiful daughters who keeps me in line all the time. One's 3 and one's 2. So they always ask me like for Hmong people, we love hunting. We grew up in Laos, and you hunt for your food. You plant your food, you garden your food, you harvest your own stuff. And my daughter always asks me, how come I don't go hunting with my brothers? How, this and that. I tell her, I don't lie to my kids, and I tell them that I don't go to that stuff because I can't be around firearms. And and she understands, so she's 3, almost 4 years old. So it just brings my brings me down a little bit, thinking, man, I really screwed up in my life, and talked to my wife about it. I'm like, maybe I can prove to them, myself, and the people around me that there's second chances out there. You have to really want it, though. You really have to want your second chances. You have to really try for it. For over 21 years, I haven't had no police contacts. I haven't been involved in any crimes or nothing. I've been really civil and learning life along the way. So I've always wanted to be like, I grew up wanting to be a game warden, to Department of Natural Resource, be outdoors, turn back to my community and teach the young generations, like in my own community, about what the laws are here different from back in Asia. And it kind of hindered me because I screwed up. And so I'm trying to get back my ways there. And hopefully I can complete that part of it in my life and come back to my community here. I just want to prove to everybody who doubted me, even myself, that second chances are out there, and you can change the world if you work hard enough towards it. And the opportunity is endless. So
Thanks, Mr. Vang. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Vang, your parents were immigrants?
Yes.
And were you born in this country?
I was born, yes, I was born in this country.
Okay. How did your parents get here? They're Hmong? They're Hmong?
Yes, they're Hmong. They were sponsored by a local church.
Oh, okay. In Green Bay?
In Appleton here.
In Appleton?
Appleton. I want to say 76, 77. That's when my family came here.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Well, thanks, Mr. Vang, for sharing your story with us. Appreciate your candor, and you will be hearing from us in about a month, give or take, but hope you have a good weekend.
All right, thank you, you too.
Thank you. Take care. All right, and with that, we are done with our afternoon session. I'm going to make a motion to go into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, including but not limited to considering specific applications, personal histories, and financial medical records. Is there a second? Cindy seconds it. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion's unanimous, and we are